Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good, surviving. It's quite hot here at the moment, and it's going to continue being hot tomorrow. We're going to be playing something which is a bit more laid back because of that. And it's this, Conquest of Elysium 5. I've been playing a bit of this recently, and having some fun, playing with some other people. This game is made by the same people who make the Dominion series, Illwinter. Let me explain. Dominions is a civilization-like game where you choose the era which you're fighting in out of three different three different time periods, I guess, early, middle, and late ages. You choose the form which your pretender god is going to take, and the faction which they are going to be leading, and then you play through a turn-based strategy game to try and get your pretender god to become the one all-powerful god. It's very fun. I really don't understand it. There's a lot of options in it, choices in terms of factions, your pretender god's avatar, chassis, magic items you can make, and all that. And Conquest of Elysium, looping back to this, is quite similar to that, but it's on a smaller scale, and it's also quite a bit simpler when it comes to the mechanics in the game. This plays a bit more like a... well, if I say turn-based strategy, I use that to describe Dominions, but it's less of a civilization-type game, and kind of more like a strategy game with sort of, I guess, role-playing elements in it, to a degree. Pardon me, having some water. As I said, it's quite hot here. Yeah, it's more focused on the smaller scale of things, whereas in Dominions you're taking over provinces and building an empire and sort of affecting the entire world. Conquest of Elysium is more about, from what I've played, my understanding, it's more about like trying to take over the remains of a kingdom, or the lands to found a kingdom. And there are various ways which you could go about doing this. The hook with the game is that there's quite a few different factions which you can choose from with their own leaders, and each of them play quite differently. If we go to start new game, we'll be able to see this. But in a moment, we have other things to choose from. So we have different map sizes: small, medium, large, huge, and enormous. It randomly generates the maps. Well, I think sometimes you can get maps which are a bit questionably made. If that happens, we'll have to restart. And then you choose your society, which it describes down the bottom there. We'll just keep this on medium, I think. So you have Dark Ages, which is, it's sort of like, well, as it says down here, the period of time when man first comes to Elysium. Ruins of long-dead civilizations lie scattered throughout the realm, and dragons roam the lands. Fairy courts and dwarven cities are not yet destroyed. Human influence is weak, and the forces of nature strong. There are a few villages and even fewer cities in these early times. And then you get agricultural. At the end of the Dark Ages comes the agricultural period, where man subdues the wildlands of Elysium. Cities are rare, but hamlets and villages lie in every corner of the continent. It is a time of heroes, pioneers, and cunning brigands. And then you get Empire. The lands of Elysium have been unified into an empire, forged for the colonies of the pioneers. The Emperor is popular among the citizens, and a great capital city is being built from which he can rule. Forests are cut down at a swift pace to found new cities for the growing population. New military units are being developed to hunt down outlaws and to deal with the remaining aggressive wildlife. The groups of brigands that were a scourge of the land in earlier times have been almost completely eliminated. Fallen Empire. The waning days of greatness have given way to the interregnum. The Empire has fallen. Battlefields and ruins of former imperial glory litter the lands. Few cities and villages remain. Human lands are in chaos, and bandits are free to roam the countryside. The forces of nature are growing continuously stronger and have reclaimed much land from the human inhabitants. Even worse, great acts of evil have been performed in the capital, which has been turned into a stronghold of dark powers. Only a powerful leader will be able to rebuild the empire. The monarchy? From the ruins of the fallen empire, a monarchy has emerged. Feudal lords rule their estates from towers of stone, gathering power and influence in service to the king. The land is more peaceful than before, and the taxes of villagers pay for troops to protect them from brigands and to keep the forces of nature at bay. There are many fortresses and towers, but the cities of the empire have yet to be rebuilt. Dawn of a new empire. Slowly and painstakingly, Elysium is returning to the glories it knew during the days of the empire. Cities are growing once more, and the future of humankind looks bright and promising. But the hard years of the monarchy are not forgotten, and the Council of Elders have been formed to rule humankind and to keep anyone from proclaiming themselves kings. The Council rules from the largest city, but it is not nearly as large as the capital of the old empire. So this affects things like the general makeup of the map. As you got through the text there, in Dark Ages and earlier on, there'll be more like wildlands and forests all over the place, and less settlements. And more deadly roaming monsters. And then as you get up to the Empire period, there's a lot more cities, less of the fantastic elements of it. And then I guess it goes to a lot of ruins for ruined cities and all that afterwards. And then it builds up again. So yeah, it sort of I guess it affects the numbers of these map elements which you will come across in your game, which will be good and bad depending on the types of faction with the type of faction which you're playing as. Some of the factions benefit from a more wild map, whereas other ones benefit from having more settlements, either because they're nature spirits or because they're humans and all that. You'll see that when we get to the factions. We'll keep it at Dark Ages for this one. And then you have the advanced options. Let's see. Player only loses if no one on the team has a citadel or commander. Scoregraphs. Well done. Most independents will be significantly boosted in numbers. No, we'll keep that as it is. It enables you to view score graphs of all players during an ongoing game. No. Battle reports. Namely, this will prevent battles from being shown when they occur. Instead, you'll receive a battle report in the monthly messages. Okay. Start positions for allied players clustered. Well, we're not going to play with allies, so. Oh, okay. Yeah, this affects north and south parts. So the further north you go, the colder the map gets, and the further south you go, the hotter it gets. So you get more snow further north, and you get more desert further south, and you can adjust that so that more of the map's desert, or more of the map's snowy regions. We'll keep it like that. And we can play with 4 factions. I will keep these on. You have a variety of different difficulty levels. I've played, let's see, a few hours of this. I haven't finished the game. Most of my gameplay has been of one faction. I've dabbled with another in a little bit. I'll tell you more when we get to that, but I'm not terribly experienced. I think we'll keep this on Jester. If I do more of this in the future, we'll see about bumping up the difficulty. No teams. We'll be on our own. I'll change my color to orange. Like that. And here's the different classes you can choose. This will make up the faction which you're playing as well as your leader, and greatly affect the gameplay of your faction. I am playing with 2 mods. Let me just go back to here. We are playing with the Complete Overhaul mod and the Conquest of Elysium content pack. These add a lot more units, some bug fixes, more rituals, which we'll get into, for factions, and also develop some of the factions a bit more. I've played with these mods more than I have with the base game, because I was playing online with some other people, so I don't really know what the game's like without them. But hey, more units. The ones which I saw, which I think are from the mod, is pretty neat. And a lot of it is from exploring the content in the game and the stories you can get from it. Because there is a lot that can happen, which can get in the way of your campaign. So we have a whole bunch of different factions here. You've got ones like the Baron, which is basically a human faction. You start in a very fortified castle. You get a bonus to gold and iron income. These are some of the resources used to recruit new units. And you'll spend them on I guess building fortifications and things like that. Gives you a description of the faction here. I'm not going to read all these out because it can quite lengthy, but you know, this will be what you'd expect. You're playing as a human lord. You have armies of humans, soldiers, and all that to fight with. Cavalry, pretty good armor, I would assume. So yeah, not too fantastic. Then you got ones like the Necromancer, where you're playing as a Necromancer. You take over cities, you execute people, raise their bodies as undead, and you take over the world with a horde of undead, backed up with other Necromancers, poisoning the land as you go, and building towers to expand your strength and your influence. They have a unique resource called Hands of Glory, which I have played a little bit of the Necromancer. I don't really know too much about how to generate Hands of Glory. They're used in their rituals, which are like, you know, summoning spells, buff spells, spells which affect the tiles on the map so that you can change them. You can, like, kill a forest, or raise a forest if you're playing as another faction, and things like that. Yeah. You can sense where there's dead so that you can raise them. They can raise the dead for the price of some sanity. If you raise too many undead, your guys will go insane. It does wear off after a little bit, but you have to watch out for that. I've had necromancers go insane, and control of my army has gone away from me temporarily, and I've gone and tried to attack a nearby enemy without me giving them orders. So you got to watch out for that. They collect them from large villages and towns. There we go. Yeah, I think you can also do things like open up portals to the underworld to get undead units from there as well. There are a variety of different planes of existence in this game. I think there's like 8 or 9, which you could explore with different players, like the Demonologist, who summons denizens of the Abyss and the Inferno, which are very powerful, but you have to be careful to keep control over them, because they can get they can wrest their control from you. And I've seen some pictures of people's games where demons have gotten loose on the world, and bad things have happened. So, collect sacrifices from hamlets, villages, and towns. You can use sacrifices to summon and bind demons or open infernal gates. You start in a very well-fortified citadel. You've got the Witch. They collect fungi from forests, jungles, and marshes. They can use fungi to perform magic rituals. Witches' apprentices can use the surrounding swamps and marshes to recruit androphags, which can be upgraded in Citadel. Not sure what that is. I think this is one of the factions which has been changed in the mods. Poison archers and lizard cavalry can also be recruited. High priestesses. High priestess. Oh, is this the voice of hell? I think I was facing this faction in the other game. I think they convert settlements to their religion, but I don't know too much about it otherwise. Use sacrifices to perform rituals, access to more and less expensive assassins, collect sacrifices from settlements. Okay. Bakemono. I did see this one. One of the people I was playing was playing as this. This is like a Japanese mythology faction. You have Bakemono, and you can summon Oni to fill out your armies. I don't know too much about their mechanics. I guess they use sacrifices for that as well. So yeah, their troops are pretty powerful. They're stronger than humans, I believe, with like good armor and good melee. Apparently, they're also produced in mines and mountain strongholds automatically. Barbarians, cheap and strong, defended by a totem pole, inhabited by spirits. You collect magical herbs. Senators. This seems like a faction based off of the Empire in the game. You get more gold from trade and from settlements. Some of these factions are going to be similar if you've played Dominions, like these pale ones, which are Agatha, yeah, in Dominions. They're like cave-dwelling creatures. They're pretty strong individually. They have good armor. I think they've got like bronze armor and spears, but they live underground, so they have penalties if they go above ground. Yeah. Which I don't know how that would work in this game. I think, is there an underground? I think there's an underground in this. Yeah, there is an underground in this. In Dominions, there's kind of underground provinces. There's not like separate layers. But this game's got different layers of maps. They could use gems. You got druids. I'll go through the others more quickly. Burgmeister, the Hoburgers. These are like halflings, or hobbits. They're small and weak and move slowly. They collect enchanted wheat, which is used for rituals. They also collect magical gems, which are used to create constructs. So yeah, they have like basic military units, but I believe they can also create golems to help fight for them. Warlock, elemental power and magic. Collects gems from mines, elemental rituals. Priest King. I think this one's like Tis. Another faction from Dominions. I think that's the name for them. It's like a is this like the Lizardman faction? Blood sacrifices, magic rituals. This is the faction I've played the most as, the Troll King, which is quite fun. You have the Troll King, your most physically powerful warlord. It is a large creature with regeneration, which is able to smash through enemy forces with ease. And it's backed up by other trolls, as well as hordes of goblins, which are really cheap and easy to make. Along with goblin archers. You also eventually get the Troll King's mother showing up, which is a very powerful, like hag, troll hag sorceress. You collect fungi for magic rituals, which for me involved creating forests everywhere or swamps to collect lots of mushrooms. And you can turn forests into citadels. So you've got a very, very powerful army when you start getting... start increasing your number of trolls, but you don't have a lot in the way of like magic. You've got some magic users, but like if you want to use like fire magic, well, you've got fire trolls. You don't really have spellcasters for that. You've got some goblin spellcasters and maybe fire troll shamans. Enchanter. I've seen this played as well. They make constructs. You can cut down forests to make wooden constructs, or I think you make use gems to make things like stone golems and all that to help fight for you. And you can repair them at your settlements. What's this one? High Cultist. Dedicated to the Great Old Ones. Oh, right. This is one which is based off of, like, Cthulhu. Starspawn. Yeah. I've seen a lot of stuff from this. It's pretty fun. Deep Ones. There's, quite a few fun things in there. Dwarf Queen. You can play as dwarves. It's interesting, actually, the dwarves, from what I've read about them in this, because apparently the dwarves are a bit more like ants in this game. They have a queen, and they give birth to new dwarf workers every month. And then the dwarf workers will sometimes grow up into warriors and then elite guard. A different take on dwarves than other settings. There's a voice of L. Conversion of Elysium to the proper faith. Okay, so I don't know what the other one is. The High Priestess is. Illusionist. What else? Markgraf. Oh yeah, these are like evil halflings. I think they can create armies of like robots, so clockwork mechanical robots and things like that, as well as apparently raising the dead. Dryad Queen, you take over forests and you get hordes of centaurs and satyrs. And harpies. Scourge Lord. Cloud King, your troops are all up in the clouds, what I remember. Yeah, they start in the Sky Realm. They're a mountaintop. Kobold King, you can lead armies of cheap kobolds, which are very weak. But numbers are a strength of their own. Monkey Maharaja. You have, yeah, Bandar Log. I think this is what they're called in, Dominions. Hello, welcome, welcome. You can sound something which I like. What's this? One moment, let me have a look. Open HV. A strategy game of some kind. That looks like a mix between Command and Conquer and Warcraft. I'll have a read over it later, thank you. Called Hard Vacuum, a cancelled RTS for the 90s. Oh, okay. Oh, people have picked it up then and continued developing it. That's neat. And the last faction here is Raksharaja. Strange breed of monkey men, gifted with cunning and wisdom far beyond that of ordinary beasts. Maybe more demon-like monkeys? Yeah. Let's see. Do you have any much opinion on which faction I can play as? I can play as the trolls, but they seemed a little easy. Let's see. I'll roll a dice for 6 different factions. I'll include... Let's see. Necromancer, Demonologist... The Enchanter, the Dwarf Queen. That's 4. Markgraf. And the Kobold King. So, let me just write that down, because I'm not going to remember. Okay, so what was it? Let's see. Necromancer, Demonologist... I do like the idea of the High Cultist. What was the ones which I said next? Was it Warlock? Markgraf. No, hang on. Warlock. I'll put High Cultist in there, whatever. And then the 6th one was Kobold King. Okay. So I'm going to roll a dice. 1 to 6 for which faction I got to play as. It is a 4. That's the High Cultist. Hooray! Let's do that. Okay then. Let me just read over what their mechanics are. Gains hybrids from all coastal settlements. The High Cultist is the leader of an entire town of worshippers dedicated to the Great Old Ones. However, regular human sacrifices to weed out the unworthy have left the town with only a small but highly dedicated population. Funny that. There is a special seawater well in the town where women are encouraged to submerge themselves in the hope of being impregnated by a great old one. This never happens, but many women find themselves taken by a deep one instead. The offspring of such a union will be a hideous fish-like humanoid instead of a noble star child everyone hopes for. These half-human hybrids are highly devoted to the cause and will help the cultists spread the influence of the great old ones. The cultists build similar seawater wells in all coastal settlements they conquer and subject the population to their rights, thus gaining the services of the resulting hybrids as soldiers for the High Cultist armies or as a defensive force in the settlement. Playing as a fantastic faction. The High Cultist needs to conquer more settlements, to say sarcastically, to gain sacrifices. They are needed to summon deep ones from the depths of the sea and convince them to support the High Cultist's cause. Summoning rituals are always risky, and a successful cultist never summons anything that he cannot also kill if things go awry. Even though his service to the Great Old Ones has changed him, the High Cultist is ultimately human by nature, and unable to grasp that which is required to perform the most difficult rituals. To gain access to such magic, the High Cultist must summon an Old One to continue into the realms where he himself cannot go. Starspawn can use astrology to divine the location of enemies, and to open pathways for powerful horrors to attack them. The Queen of the Deep is an Old One who can summon entire armies from the deep. Gain hybrids for coastal settlements. Cultists collect sacrifices from hamlets, villages, and large settlements. Can use sacrifices to perform rituals. They're easy to replace, as new ones join frequently. Okay. Play as the High Cultist, and we'll let the other factions be random, I guess. Or should I choose a specific factions? Yeah, we'll keep it random. We might have another cultist faction. Name. We'll call him Pregzt. That's an appropriate name. Okay, here we go. So we start the campaign. We are on the coast. We have a settlement. We have a farm. There's a mine here with some ore bakamonos and bakamono show and dye bakamono in it. You can right click on the army and you'll get the layout of the forces which you'll face there. Now, if you've played Dominions, in Dominions, you have limited control over how your army functions in combat. You give units broad control, broad orders for the battle, such as advance and attack, or flank and attack, or cast spells and then advance, or shoot at nearest unit, shoot at furthest unit, that kind of thing. In Conquest of Elysium, you have none of that. Units during battle will do whatever they want. Basically, they'll do what they can. So it's a lot simpler in that way. And battle more comes down to the composition of your army. I've also not seen as much in the way of leadership in the battles so far I've played in this game. In Dominions, you'd have to worry about your forces fleeing a battle if they take too many casualties, especially if they have low leadership. And when I was playing as the trolls, I wasn't really seeing my goblins fleeing, but maybe the trolls were buffing their leadership a fair bit. But they would, like, flee, but only when their casualties got to, like, down to about 5 out of an army of, like, 60. So they weren't fleeing when they hit, like, half casualties or something, which is, like, what happens in, Dominions. Also, battles in this game don't end after, like, 20 turns. I've had some battles which have gone on for a very long time because units were dealing very small amounts of damage to each other. So, you know. If we have a look... Well, let's look at our army rather than that. So, we have our Pregzt, the High Cultist here. Guess he's got a mask on with, like, tentacles on it. He's an amphibian. Oh, I guess he is a hybrid. 7 hit points, 4 strength, 8 morale, 6 magic resistance, no armor. You can give units magical items. Unlike in Dominions, I don't know if you can actually create magic items. Sometimes you can find them on enemy units. So attacking an enemy army, you'll loot a magic item from them, and then you can use it in a battle. He's got Void Magic level 2 and a dagger, which deals 1 to 3 damage. You don't really want him in melee, though, especially with 0 armor and 7 hit points. Known Void Magic spells. Words of the Void. It's a stun special effect. Magic resistance negates. 3 strikes in an area of effect. Range of 4. I guess it's like a blast which hits at 3 different units with a damage. Reading the stars. Special effect. Luck. 2 strikes. Range 8. Invade Bind. Enslays an enemy unit. And Meteor. 1 to 50. Times 5 damage versus walls. Also 1 to 8 fire damage. Burst 5. Takes 2 combat rounds to cast. It can't be cast underground. Range of 15. Okay, he summons a meteor from the sky and smacks into the ground. According to recent rumors, a small coastal cult seems to have grown rapidly in the past few years. Originally, it was set up by a local mystic and hydromancer, most likely to satisfy the founder's desire for obedient followers and carnal lust. It is most likely a rather harmless sect, and despite the current High Cultist ravings about ancient gods, nothing more than just another fish cult. Because people like worshipping fish. What else have we got? What's this? Hybrid crossbowman. They have a crossbow. 1 to 5 damage with a range of 5 plus 1. And a parasitic tentacle. Range of 1 and 1 to 4 damage. What's this do? Replication. Interesting. I guess he creates a unit when he hits them in melee with that? Placeholder text. Hybrid spearman. I recognize these. These are mutants, which you can get in, like, Dominions. They have, like, random tentacles and things like that. I think, like, the Freak Lord could create bunches of them every turn. Many of the half-man, half-fish creatures are not really fit to be fishermen, because a tentacled arm really does not work well at hauling nets. Oh, yeah. Conquest of Elysium has a sense of humor. Dominions is a lot more dry and sort of based in mythology when it comes to descriptions of units, but Conquest of Elysium gets kind of silly. A spear, on the other hand, only requires 1 hand and not too much thinking, since all that is needed is jabbing at things with the pointy end. The spearmen are usually at the end of their transformation, and it would be difficult if not dangerous to try to dress them in armor, and if given a shield, they seem to mainly sit on it, perhaps in memory of a boat. They got 6 hit points, gives you an idea of how many hit points our High Cultist has. Strength of 4, morale of 4, magic resistance of 3, and 0 armor. They have a spear and a tentacle, which is a non-parasitic tentacle, so they can attack twice in melee. They're also amphibians. Are these amphibians? They are. A whole army might be amphibians, which is pretty neat. Hybrid soldier. The hybrids who retain a bit more of their senses are often given both shield and light armor, and somehow make up the basic unit in the armies of the Cult of the Deep. Though not as well trained as most soldiers, their ability to walk underwater makes them a dangerous threat, and allows them to assault coastal settlements from the sea, walking up from the depths of the harbor. They have a shield. Protects them from ranged attacks for a little bit. They have an armor of 1. Doesn't actually list the armor they have there. It's only magical items. Dominions, you can see, like, the general equipment they have, I think. At least if they were, like, a hero. Oh, yeah, these 2 guys are in the water over here. And we've got some archer units. Oh, he's got a parasitic tentacle. And a cultist of the deep, Toct. He has a dagger, paralyze, and starlight. 1 to 5 astral damage, or magic damage, sorry. Again, I'm getting it confused with Dominions. Astral damage, magic, armor negating. Range of 10, single target. If target is affected, it paralyzes them. Does an effect of lifeless beings. Magic resistance negates easily. Can't be cast underground. Paralysis. Strength of a cult almost always depends on having a good number of followers or cultists prepared to perform the necessary sacrifices to appease their gods or to do some dark deed or another. The exception being, of course, the cult of Ahala the Mad, which seems to thrive with just one unwilling follower at a time. And may I never meet that one. The cultist of the deep seems to be obsessed with blood sacrifices, and the number 3, and they have an unnatural attraction to aquatic beings. It is not advisable to buy romantic or erotic literature for cities that are permeated with these cultists, as I have been told that they can be highly unnerving. Visits to their towns are not recommended either, though usually situated at scenic coastal locations. The unsuspecting traveller will often find himself strapped to an altar surrounded by cultists in fish masks, wielding obsidian daggers. Okay. We've also got wooden barricades here. It's a gate to the town and the palisade walls and all that. Anyway, also got a farm here and a deserted port. You can see the income if I press I while hovering over the tile. Remote horizon, what's that? Units adjacent to this square will be able to see the squares that are beyond this square as well. Okay. We get 1 sacrifice per turn, 2 trade per turn, and plus 1 gold. I think this means that we can, like, we can perform some trade, which is quite useful for getting gold early on. Fortification value 1, siegeable location. Citadel. Right, yeah. This is an important location. If we lose this, we'll lose the game. Owned by me. And then the farm here is giving 1 gold. Movement cost is 1. Up here we have a settlement with 1 slinger in it. I think we've got our first target. We left click on our army. And I need to make sure that my units... No, I right click on the army. Pardon. I need to make sure the units are a part of my army. So I click on transfer units. And I can hold down shift to select all these units and have them join onto Pregzt. Should I have them join Pregzt or should I have them join another guy? He can join him. It's a single slinger. It'll be fine. And then we left click on this army up here. And click again and he'll move over there. And we want him to attack. So we'll go over there. And he was overrun. We overpowered him so much that we don't even get combat. And we take over this town. We're now getting 2 extra gold, as well as 1 extra sacrifice per turn. Here is a beanstalk. This leads to the cloud area, I believe. We don't want to go up there. Don't think we'd be able to deal with that. There's a wolf here. I would like to summon some more units. We'll click on special abilities and we'll see what we get. We have 1 sacrifice. I don't think I can cast any spells. We have secure funding. What's that do? In a moment of insanity, the cult leader let someone talking of lawn gnomes and multi-level marketing start up a business exporting said lawn gnomes to the rest of the world. Hopefully the post-insanity clarity will not bring regret with it. Okay. Whatever that does. I don't know. Can only be cast in gold income locations. Hello, welcome, Kibbits. Just a tutorial. I guess I'm taking my time going through things. I'm learning as well, because I've played a bit of this, but I haven't played as this cultist faction before, so... let's see. I would like to get some more units, but I don't think I can do that. Call of the Deep. Yeah, that seems like I'd need 10 sacrifices to be able to get anything. Don't know what the heck that does. I guess we can find out. Part of it is to just try stuff. I summoned a dude. Who is that? Lawn Gnome Thief. An enterprising cultist has stolen a large quantity of lawn gnomes and is using them to fool a Ponzi scheme for the funding of a cult. Nobody knows how it makes any money because it's an insane idea and it might piss off the wrong people. Throned gnome. Lawn gnome. Right, he can throw a lawn gnome for 1 to 5 points of damage at a range of 3+1. And he's also got a melee attack, right, where he hits him with a lawn gnome for 1 to 3 damage. He's invisible. Limited gold bonus. Owning this unit results in extra gold income, but the income from the square cannot be more than doubled. Okay. Do I put him in a large town and he generates more money? Maybe. You watched a bit, never played. I've played a little bit, mostly multiplayer with some other people. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. I haven't gotten too far into a game, but it appears shenanigans are possible to cause in the game, so fun stories to come from it. Trading here is pretty simple as well. You can buy or sell resources. Buy iron, 10 gold per turn for 10 iron, or sell 10 iron, or 10 iron for 10 gold per turn. Or you can buy sacrifices, 20 gold for 10 sacrifices, or sell them. When I was playing against the trolls, I was making some extra money selling fungus for some extra gold. Every time you think you might buy the next Conquest of Elysium or Dominion's releases. Yeah, I do like these games, but the fact that the different versions they release, they're really not that different, and sometimes I feel like they could be updates to the previous game. Does irk me a little bit. But they're good games. Just they don't really go on sale either. Okay, we'll go over here. And I see nothing. Okay, we'll end turn. These Bakemono in the mine shouldn't move out because they're guarding the gold iron stream, which I want to take over. Look at that. It gives you 6 gold, 5 iron per turn. But that's a heck of an army. Bakemono show aren't too much of a problem. 3 hit points. They've got a cannibal. But these guys, Dai Bakemono, 2 armor, 5 strength, 11 hit points. They've got an Odachi and a Tachi. So they've got a sweep attack, which means if they deal enough damage to kill a unit, they'll deal the rest of the damage to a nearby unit. But then you've got the old Bakemono, which have got sweep with a Tetsubo, a large club. Oh, Bakemono, a huge lumbering troll-like Bakemono of great strength, but questionable wits. They like to make haikus, but rarely manage to remember the first line by the time they begin the second. Thus their poems often go something like, munch, munch, meat, munch, munch, meat, oh, Bakemono, use heavy clubs and dress in furs and filth. We'll go down here. Hello? There's some guys in the mountains. A crossbowman, a spearman, and a captain, I think. Yeah. 10 hit points, 1 armor, 4 magic resistance, strength 4. Are they guarding something? No, they're just in the mountains. Well, we'll go and attack them. We're just waiting for our resources to build up. We get to watch the battle. You can see the little hearts appearing on units there. That means that they're getting wounds. Woo! You missed with the medial. Good job. Okay, cool. We killed them without taking any casualties. The autumn is here, and there's a bear. The bear may not be very bright, but it is larger and stronger than most other creatures and gets along very well with all the other beasts. The bear likes potatoes more than anything, so if you encounter a bear, it's good to have a potato to throw in the direction you are not running to. It has happened many times that a group of deer join forces with a number of bears in order to attack a fortified town. The deer then have the strong bears break down the gates. The surviving people have returned later, only to find half-eaten corpses on the streets and all the potato stashes plundered by the bears. During the winter, the bear spends most of its time napping, and will not bother anyone who is wise enough to stay away. Snow snoozer. Unit sleeps at every opportunity whenever it's in a snowy location. If attacked, there is a chance of it starting asleep. Waking up. Deep sleeper. Almost impossible to wake from his sleep. Okay. 30 hit points, 1 armor, 7 strength. Pretty strong. We should be able to deal with it, though. There's also the wolves over there. There's also other things on the map, like large mushrooms and trees and so on. They can be destroyed during combat. Ah, there's a mountain spire going to the cloud area. This is the different planes up here. That's why I'm mousing over it. We don't take over forests, so I'm not too bothered trying to do that. But I would like to get rid of these roaming enemies, because they can be a threat. We'll attack the bear. Oh, there's some dwarves here. We'll probably be able to attack that. Wolf warriors. Reading the reports from the Third Mine Wars, where countless dwarves were captured before the Great Tragedy, has revealed that it is in their 5th year that it becomes apparent whether a dwarf is born a fighter or not. Brought before the Queen, the dwarves are sorted, and some are given the standard armor and arms of a dwarf warrior. They have fire and snow cold resistance. They have pretty good armor too. And they have arbalists. Some of them are assigned arbalists instead of axes. But they're in a mine, coal mine, which gives 1 gold and 1 iron. And I want that because the iron is very useful if it's the same as for other factions. Okay, let's have a look. Do we kill the bear? I hope so. You cast enslave mind. Oh, we enslaved the bear. Cool. The bear's now our unit. Fantastic. Tempted to attack the wolves. That is a lot of wolves. Holy moly. $17 wolves. We do have a bear now. The wolves aren't as tough as a bear. They got 4 hit points. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be, but... do I want to attack the coal mine or the wolves? The coal mine. There's some deer here. I have a sinister mind. Many hunters have tried to chase a lone deer through a forest only to find themselves surrounded by an entire herd. Contrary to what people believe, deers do not eat humans, but can survive entirely on forest berries and mushrooms. You'd think they eat people, but they don't. Okay. Please don't kill my bear. Oh. Killed one of my dudes. Meteorite! Now. He killed one of the arbalists. And one of the other dwarves. So this guy's got a wound. He's lost an eye from an attack. This makes him miss 10% of all attacks. Pardon. For an individual unit like this, that's not too much of a problem. But if that was something which happened to my cultist, then it would be a bigger issue. It's got a festering wound. Causes him to heal at half the usual rate. It can either heal up or eventually become diseased affliction. But he has now been enslaved. So he is fighting for us now. Interestingly, his portrait there doesn't get flipped over when he gets mind controlled. during the battle. He'll be swapped around the other way afterwards. Message. Muckle Davred Colty Air Ya. Nambleys be keeping a wee man. What? Oh, because I took mind controlled a dwarf. Right. This should be in a Scottish accent, which I can't really do. Local Davred Colty Air Ya Nambleys be keeping me wee man. He's upset that I mind controlled a dwarf. Okay. Hooray, we've got a mine. We should probably wait around for a moment so that our units can heal up. The winter is here. Yeah, I have kept the dwarf. Oh, he's diseased now. Low in strength and will take damage every month until it dies. Well, it's not going to be with us for very long. The bear's going to be sleeping during combat, I think. That's not going to be very useful. Right, yeah, okay. This is how much I have. Near water areas. I think because the water at the moment near my settlement is frozen, I can't actually cast Call of the Deep. Fund Coastal Cult. Oh, cool. Okay. I can fund new settlements. So I spent 20 gold and he will create a new coastal settlement for me. That's nice. I can go down here. It has to be like 3 tiles away from another settlement. Oh, we actually have some other units here which popped up. Hybrid fisherman and an insane fisherman. He's got a pitchfork. If nothing else, the odor should be enough to keep any civilized person from visiting the smaller fishing villages along the coast. However, when the cult of the deep has taken hold, the fishermen behave in an increasingly erratic manner and have an exaggerated fondness for the sea. In the cult villages, interbreeding with sea creatures seems to be far more rampant than in other coastal villages, producing offspring with an almost fish-like appearance in mind that is a few sardines short of a full tin. I like that it says interbreeding with sea creatures. It seems to be far more rampant than in other coastal villages. So it's not nothing in the other villages. It's just less. This game's silly. Do you have anything else there now? Maybe another mutant. I don't want to leave no units in my settlement. Do we have any units I can recruit? Because that was something which you could do in the previous one. Yeah, here we go. So you click up here on the coins and you go to the recruit screen. And you can recruit different things. 7 insane fishermen, 7 hybrid fishermen, spearmen, soldiers, archers, some hybrid crossbows, or a catapult, or a ship. You can only recruit from citadel locations, or from like fortified locations, so not from these coastal hamlets. They just generate income. Let's go attack these deer. 2 enemy units were overrun. There's another coastal hamlet there. There's a captain and a halberdier. That would give me 2 gold and 1 sacrifice. There's also some more dwarves up there. A silver mine. Ooh. A whole bunch of dwarves. And a dwarf commander. And a dwarf arbalist. Every group needs a leader. and so also the dwarven cohorts. However, due to their collective nature, most dwarves are bad leaders, and the outdoor dwarves even worse, despite being individualists. In order to solve this problem, the dwarves have come up with a unique method. Each year, 3 or more of the most loyal warriors are given an unhatched egg from a batch that is believed to become an outdoor dwarf, which he then has to eat. Although a great delicacy, it is not advised to eat more than one. If all goes well, the dwarf will then have enough detachment from the collective to be able to lead a group effectively, but not so much that it will be rejected by the regular dwarves. Blessed mountain move tunneling. Dig through the ground and create passages that other units can travel through. Huh, okay. That'll be good to take over. 5 gold and 5 iron. Will I be able to take it with this? Might want some more units. We might head back to the settlement and get some more things and then go out again. Once I take this. Okay. Yay! No casualties. Okay, we took over the town. Oh, and we saw a unit over here. That was a Sphinx. I don't want to tangle with that. They're quite nasty. There's an ancient forest up here. This is a monster there? Spawn monsters that roam around the map. When I was playing as the trolls, ancient forests were very good. Because they would help me generate units, and they also generated fungus. But playing as these cultists, they are not of any use to me. Looks like the coastline just goes along flat there. I might be able to build another settlement, like 1, 2, 3. I might not be able to build along there. Might be too close to each other. Let's see, where are we on the map? I don't know. Maybe kind of central? So yeah, I'll move you back over here. Oh, we got a hybrid soldiers there. Oh, right, yeah, okay. My settlements are going to be generating mutants. Okay, you can just move back to town. Spring is here. The AI is simple. Oh, you took over mine. Don't do that. I want that. We have 19 sacrifices. Call of the Deep. This ritual is performed in a coastal area on a clear night when the stars are right. Only then can the cultists be assured that his sacrifice will appease the beings that will emerge from the deep. It has, of course, happened that the beings were not appeased and attacked the cultist, but this is only the just punishment for misreading the stars. Attract outsiders. Cult expands a hamlet near the coast and places its more normal-looking members there. While still not friendly to outsiders, the village looks normal enough for travelers to stop there, long enough to be kidnapped or worse. Must be within 3 tiles of the sea, 3 tiles from the nearest village, and must not be adjacent to any hamlet. Oh, right. Hang on. So I found a hamlet inland, as opposed to a coastal one. Induction into Cult of Dagon. This is, I think, like an upgrade. Oh, right. Okay, he turns into something else. These ones here, lesser Ritual of Mastery and Ritual of Mastery, these unlock new spells for the caster. So if I cast this lesser ritual, he would get a random level 1 spell. If I cast a Ritual of Mastery, he'll get a random level 2 spell. Which I might want to do with you, but you're moving, so you're not able to use the rituals. What else can you do? Build port HQ. Prompt creates another port that has the semblance of being abandoned. 5 tiles from any version of a port. Okay. Fund piracy. In an effort to spread chaos, cult leaders attract pirates and other ne'er-do-wells to a port or call. I guess I get some extra units to attack a settlement? Promote coastal trade. Cult pays for traders to set up shop in a designated area, as well as modest defenses to create the illusion of safety so that passerbys might lower their defenses when staying the night. 5 tiles from any version of a port. Unless they're elder summoning. Uses sacrifices. Pardon me. To lure and bind some lesser elder beings to this plane. Okay, we'll just sit on our resources for the moment. Unless those wolves go into my mind. No? Okay. No, I don't want you to go up. We can have it go up and have a look, but... Right. Why does it have to be so packed with units? How many are here? 1 hybrid soldier. Okay. If I recruit... What would be good? These require iron, the spearmen and soldiers, and the crossbowmen. So, I don't have enough iron to... Actually, I've got enough iron to get these. They have no armor. They deal 1 to 5 with their crossbow. As opposed to 1 to 3 for the bows. 6. Strength of 4. Strength of 4. Morale 5. Morale 5. Okay. They're really just the same. They look different, but these are basically these guys with crossbows instead of bows. From what I'm seeing. Archer units are really good. I get the same number of either of them. One to 5. That would have a high chance of getting through armor. Yeah, get some of those. They cost a bit more in terms of iron, but they might help if we decide to attack here. I have to be careful with the with attacking factions, because if I lose my guy, that's a big setback, and I'm not sure whether that would actually make me lose the game. I could save in this, but I think I'll kind of keep this an Iron Man, I guess. If we lose, we lose. So be it. I won't reload. Let's see. Part of the Deep. We'll do that. I've got 25 sacrifices. We got a dude. Who are you? Inquanok, the hybrid cultist. Rumors from surviving travelers to remote coastal towns tell that there are some fish cultists who seem to be the result of crossbreeding between human women and some kind of fish creatures. They receive traits from their aquatic fathers, such as gills, scales, or just being grey and slimy. Though they have some innate magical abilities, they are often imbeciles and should not be asked for advice, because the answer will either involve more sacrifices or eating unhealthy amounts of shrimp. Despite their lack of wits, the results of this planned breeding are considered to have high status and are readily taken into the fold of the cult. If you encounter anyone remotely fishy in a coastal town, it's better to be safe than sorry. There have been some problems for the workers at the manufactory where Murgus pickled cod tongues are produced. Okay. He's got acute senses. He can see stealthy units. Fantastic. I guess we got another spellcaster. That's useful. Yeah, I mean, that's an extra leader. That's an extra dude who can lead an army around, so... we'll pick up our gnome thief, and we'll move him over here. And then you can drop the gnome thief off there and come back. So is the gnome thief going to be generating more gold per month? I don't know. I don't know how that works. He's stealing people's lawn gnomes and selling them. No scruples. Our cult is truly nefarious. Okay. We've got 15. I could do that again. He does have... these are the action points the unit can take. They can either move 3 spaces, or, you know, depending on how much movement designated by the feet down there, moving into that tile costs. Or you can perform that many actions, depending on how much movement that action costs. Some of these will cost more than 3, so that means they'll have to spend... I think they'll cast the spell immediately, but then they have to spend a turn or 2 recovering afterwards. Because I've had ones which have cost 5, and they've cast the spell immediately, I believe, but then they had to spend the next turn resting as well. Another Call of the Deep. Hey, there we go. Oh dear, controlling failed. Well, go into help, because we summoned something which we can't control. These are some shamblers. In her Bestiarium Oceanica, Ruga lists the many creatures living in the ocean, classified through studies of captured specimens, remains that had washed ashore, and occasional conversations with deep-sea creatures. Among the many creatures that plague the shores of the realm, the shamblers stand out. Their thick, carapace-like skin and great strength turns them into a great menace for many villagers by the sea. Luckily, they do not appear to be too bright, and have strange ways of moving sideways when attacking, which is why it is quite possible to outsmart what appears to be a superior force. It has been argued that the shambler shares some traits with crabs, lobsters, and other shellfish. Though their carapace is far softer, experiments with boiling shamblers have revealed that they do indeed turn somewhat red when cooked. They have poison attacks. Oh no, poison resistance. And 2 claw attacks. 1 armor, 6 strength, and 18 hit points each. That'd have been useful to have in my army. Kind of like Zoidbergs, I guess. Hey, we mind controlled one. Cool. We hit him with Starlight. He's injured. He has a never healing wound. Oh, which... if you're playing this, I'll say... this is called a never healing wound. 20% lower hit points. I've had this on my Troll King, and his regeneration does get rid of this. Despite it saying never healing wound, regeneration, at least 5 regeneration, which the Troll King has, will heal this and get rid of it. Mind control the second one. Oh, and he's dead. I guess people queue up their attacks at the beginning of a round. So we got one of them. He lost an eye, though. Oh, well. I want you to transfer the units. We need to left click on Pregzt up here. And we'll pick up these other units in the settlement to join his army. You can also join multiple lords, I guess commanders up here. If you hold down shift and left click on them, and then they'll highlight like this. And then you can left click on them to choose which one of the lords you have selected for casting special powers. And then if you want to remove that guy from a army, you can just shift and left click again, and it will go back to being black, and they'll be separated. I would like to get a few more units before I attack that. Okay, do we get some more units here? No. We've got 11. I could... No, I couldn't. Pregzt doesn't have the Call of the Deep spell. So we use Toct here. Very good. We control them. What do we get? I recognize these from Dominions. Can't remember if these are called Shamblers in Dominions as well. Deep ones. Yeah, these were like the fodder of the Rillier armies. One of the major drawbacks of living by the sea is the constant risk of being raided by deep ones, aquatic creatures with an interest in human flesh, both for gastronomical and carnal reasons. Though they can be placated by sacrifices, they are too strange to rule in ordinary ways. In attempts to preemptively eradicate their settlements, strange carvings of ancient gods may be found on cave walls and in coral reefs. Some of their features seem to indicate that they are a form of slimy reptile, but there is still an ongoing debate at the college as to how to classify them. Though their head and extremities are in many ways similar to frogs and toads, the offspring that might be produced by breeding with humans, such as can be found in cultist-infested villages, often sport many features for various sea creatures. They have a dagger, 1 to 3, resistance to poison, and they're amphibious. Not very strong. 5 magic resistance, 7 hit points. They're stronger than our hybrids. But, yeah. I think I'm going to need more to deal with this. These guys, these are scary. I haven't faced them before, but they look scary. Oh, we need to join them up with the army. Okay. Guess we could, like, potentially mind control some of them during battle, but I'd rather not rely on that. Do I want to go over and get that silver mine? I could probably do that with my army. How much more would I require for that? Quite a bit more. Okay. We'll go over here. I'll take Inquinoc with me. And we'll head over and take over this silver mine. That should be enough. Tok, do you have anything? No. Okay, you can just sit there. Oh, hello. There's a tower here. That'll be good to take over, because I think that will be an extra settlement I can recruit units from. It's got a High Lord, some archers, and a swordsman. 2 swordsmen. And also wooden gate. You have to break this down before you can actually get into the settlement. I like how it counts as a unit. It's got 25 hit points, 3 armor, 5 magic resistance. But yeah, they'll be able to shoot us while we're beating that down. I think I'll leave that for the moment. They won't move out of there. 17 wolves. Ugh. Okay. Cultist. 1 cultist of the deep for 48 gold. Right, so yeah, recruitment offers. Sagtur, the cultist of the deep here. We can recruit him. He's another cultist, like what we've already got. For 48 gold. He will stay around for 1 turn. It's like a limited time offer. When I was playing as trolls, I was annoyed a few times because I had the opportunity to recruit some fire trolls. But I didn't have enough money in my turn, enough gold in my turn to be able to recruit them, and then they go next turn. So, and here's only 1 dude, and I think we've got enough at the moment. He's only got void magic level 1, but I could stick him in this settlement down here. Yeah, we'll get him. Okay. Where is he? Over here. Sanctor. Starlight and Mindburn. Enter. Okay, what have you got here? The same, I think. I think we can deal with that. Let's see. I don't really want to use Call of the Deep when my army is not here. to, fight off anything which we call up, which we can't put down. So, I think we'll sit on that. No, my bear! Curse their armor! Well, that didn't do much. Are these guys fleeing? They've turned around. They might actually be fleeing. Unless they're going around a rock. Wham! Hey, we converted him. Our other dwarf died. He was diseased. Hey, we converted another one. No, they killed them. Oh well. Okay, just a general now. He cast confusion on him. There we go. I like that our bear has been injured quite a bit, but hasn't actually gotten any wounds. Okay, and it's winter. And we have the mine. 5 extra gold and 5 extra iron. Very nice. It's just mountains up here. Ugh. Okay, we'll go from here. We'll rest for a little bit, and then we'll go and attack the guard tower, I think. We've got magic, so we can attack them while behind their walls. What's that? Cultist of the Deep. Right, yeah, another one. We don't need another one. I don't have enough money anyway. 53. Yeah, we'll just sit here for a moment. Ooh. Giant mantis. Enormous eyes, long antenna, and spiked arms that shoot out with lightning speed to give the giant mantis an otherworldly appearance. Many people have thought it to be a demon of some kind, but it is just an ordinary large and mean beast. The giant mantis can be found in most places of Elysium, but it seems to like the plains and savannas the most. It's got wall climbing. Can go over walls. Which is useful. You can get spiders which do that. They'd be able to go up here, I guess. I haven't actually seen that happen, but... These do have hit points. I think with sufficiently strong units, you could actually just destroy the stone walls. Or sufficiently powerful magic. How's our army looking? We'll wait until winter's over. Spring. We'll go and attack the tower. Ooh, there's some snakes up here. Much smaller than the serpent, the snake is easy to hold at bay for an armed soldier. However, it is important not to get bitten, because its poison is even more potent than that of the much larger serpent. Despite its small size, the snake is still cunning and dangerous. Snakes often attack weakly guarded towns during the night, when they can crawl over the walls unseen. Once inside, they'll try to bite a few humans to feast on after the luckier part of the town population has managed to escape. Like the entire town flees because 3 snakes wriggle their way over the walls. Okay, let's recruit some units over here. I'll get some more hybrid crossbow. We're getting 13 gold per turn. Okay, let's hope this goes well. No, my bear! My shambler! Hey, we converted one of the guys behind the walls. Hello, welcome, welcome. We converted another dude. Wham! I'd prefer if my bowmen were actually shooting the guys inside the walls rather than the gate, but oh well. They're killing their own guys off when I'm converting them, so that's working out fine. So did I say hello? Welcome, welcome. What's he been hurt by? Festering wound. Right. The starlight burned him. Oh, he's confused? Yeah. Confused units often do not attack at all, and sometimes they damage themselves instead of attacking the enemy. They may even switch sides in battle. Units with high magic resistance get rid of confusion effect quickly. Go bear! Take down the gate for the cult! I wish I could rename individual units. But I can only rename lords, I think. I don't like this. I think my bear's going to die. Roar. No, meteor! Okay. Hey, we converted the High Lord. Nice. He was oh, cool. So he was hit with confusion, and he switched to our side. I think we didn't cast what's it called? The mind warp spell. Invade mind. I don't think we cast that on him. We confused him, but then since he was the only unit left on the enemy army, and he was flipped to our side, we get to keep him. I think I remember that happening in another game. I don't remember which one though. Hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's Conquest of Elysium. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. You do like Dominions more. I think I'm liking them about even. I like Dominions because it's got a lot more variety in it. Or I like the smaller scale of Conquest so far. Dominions has got more like fantastical stuff in it, and I like forging weapons and all that stuff. If you could do that in this, maybe some of the factions could do that, but that would be neat. But they're very good games. Wolves or snakes? So what can we do here with this? Yeah, okay. We can recruit units here. Show up here. Now, if you're recruiting units, make sure you click on the settlement you want to recruit units from. Many times I've accidentally recruited units in the wrong settlement because I haven't clicked on this. We just recruit our normal units here. Don't have enough money at the moment, though. We'll just sit here. Oh, what's that? Deer Tribe. Right. Deer Tribe Shaman. Spiritualism, level 1. Yeah, you'll recognize some of these from Dominions. I think they summon wolves and things like that. Oh, poor bear. You need a good rest. These wolves, however... Oh, there's a dragon up there. Bile dragon. Some of the deepest marshes, within clouds of dense miasma, dwells the bile dragon. It breathes poison and seems to thrive in the vile humors promoted in the swamp. It is uncertain what their immature form looks like, but in my opinion, it is clear that the poison and miasma they exude indicates a twisted association to the element of earth. Some studies of defeated bile dragons have shown that they have wide cracks and large chafings in their otherwise thick and stone-like hide, and Basilia suggests in her Opus Draconica that the mud of the marshes may ease the itches the bile dragons suffer from, but that the vile humors of the swamp will seep into the cracks and be absorbed by the flesh beneath. Got poison breath, bite, claw, and tail swoop. This is also experience. 106 hit points, 3 armor, 9 magic resistance, strength 9, morale 8. It can have 2 magic items, or rings. Poison resistance 100. Greedy. Greedy units will never give away their magic items voluntarily. Okay. Causes fear, giant-sized, flying and stupid. Cannot be controlled and will move on their own. Okay. Pretty much everything in this game is in Dominions. Yeah. There are some things in this. I mean, I'm playing with 2 mods, which add more units to the game. So, as well as some bug fixes and such. I don't think I can see what they are just now. There's a fairy circle there. I believe these can teleport you to another plane. Don't really want to step on that. You gotta go into that silver mine. I mean, if you do, I can attack it back. Upper harvest. The harvest this year is exceptionally good. Income from all farms and Hoburg villages is doubled. Now, nice. Yeah, you have moved up. You don't have any magic items or anything, do you? No. They'll have a little icon on this, on their panel, actually, if they've got an item. Yeah, we'll attack them. Go, Lord. Fight for the cult. These meteors seem to keep missing. There goes the shaman. What did he cast? Vengeful Spirit. My lord is afraid. Okay. It's those snakes again. I don't want to deal with those. Pregzt. Contact Elder Being. How much sacrifices do I have? 37. Cult opens a rift in time or space and contacts an Elder Being. Only a few beings will answer the call. Sure. Oh, hey! I recognize that. We get a Yithian. Yithians are strange beings from a distant past. They once emerged to wage war on the Elder Things, but have since retracted to the comfort of the void. Yithians were powerful mages of the astral spheres and the mind. According to old scriptures and temple hieroglyphs, they used their power of precognition to foresee their own fall. By returning to the void, they presumably avoided extinction. However, there are reports of strange cone-shaped beings living in the deeper reaches of the earth. Yeah, this is something from the Cthulhu mythos. Spirit Sight. Can see stealthy and invisible units. They have blunt resistance, they are amphibious, they can move through swamps, and they're slow. They're like a... yeah, they got like a conical base which they undulate around on. They have 2 tentacles with claws. A tentacle was like a trumpet, multi-ended trumpet thing, and another tentacle with like eyes on it or something like that. I've got an energy beam. Does light shock damage, 1 to 4. Magic armor negating. Beam 5. No armor. 8 magic resistance. 32 hit points. Strength 5. Morale 4. That's pretty low morale. Astrology level 1. Moonlight and reading the stars. I mean, hey, it's a useful spellcaster. It's got a ranged shock attack. That's pretty useful. Let's go deal with these wolves. Pow! It's got lasers. What to do? Reading the stars. You buffed some of my dudes. Oh, you gave them lucky. Okay. I guess that affects how often they hit. Evade approximately half of all attacks made against it. Okay, cool. Oh, these wolves were the problem. Nice. Okay. There's another mine up there, but I think that was the one with the dragon in it, yeah. 1 gold and 1 iron for fighting this thing? I don't think so. That's a bit too strong for me. Yeah, get some hybrid crossbowmen. You can only recruit 1 unit of 1 lot of units from each settlement per turn. So I can't recruit anything else from this tower now. It's got a tick on it, but I could recruit stuff from here if I had the money. We'll add those units to my army. And you. I'll keep you separate, actually. I mean, you're part of this group anyway. Keep following along the coastline. The Yithian, I think, is going to slow my army down. Yeah, you can see this action point here is grayed out. I think that means I'm only moving 2 per turn. Because he's slow. We're moving through mountains also. Okay, what have we got here? Forest with some Venus fly traps. Venus trap is a dangerous flower that will try to devour anyone that comes within reach. It blends well into the surrounding vegetation, and if you're not careful, you may walk straight into a patch of these flowers and not notice until it's too late. 1 to 10 damage on their bite. 10 hit points. 99 morale, they can't flee. 1 magic resistance. Immobile, stationary, mindless. Blunt and piercing resistance. They're not that big of a problem, but our bows would have a difficult time hurting them, I think. Someone's getting upset about us having a dwarf in our army again? We don't have any dwarves in our army. What's this? 8 deer. These deer are getting out of control. They're also experienced. Why are the deer experienced? They've killed before. They're going to kill again. But they got morale 3. Ah, there's a giant morale there. Moral? Cow. Please don't shoot your own dudes. Oh, he's stunned. Hooray! Giant morel. Morels are the best tasting of all mushrooms. Unfortunately, they are poisonous unless parboiled. Beware, a morel that's this size is difficult to parboil. So they can't move, but they have killer hallucinogenic spores, which they spread around them. 1 to 4 poison damage, strikes anywhere, burst 5. You go near them, they just go poof. Ancient forest. We'll just leave that. We have no use of ancient forests. There's some boar. The boar is not a nice beast. Has gore, 1 to 4 damage. The berserkers. I think that means if they get hit, they go berserk. They get bonus to their stats. I'm gonna recruit more units over here. There's some more hybrid crossbowmen. We're getting the iron, so I may as well use it. How are the hybrid crossbows at melee? 1 to 4. I mean, that's better than the hybrid fisherman. Initiative 6. 1 to 4. 2. Okay. So the spears, I think, are faster attacking, but they deal about the same damage. More mushrooms. Blood fungus. Poison cloud. There's a swamp here with mushrooms all over it. They're very good for trolls, but no use for us. That was where the Sphinx was. I think the Sphinx is guarding the strange portal, so it won't move. I hope not. Do I want to go down there? I want to stick close to the coastline. Oh, I can't move. Why are we slower? Wait, why are we slower? Feeble-minded. Lost an eye. Chest wound. Battle fright. Yes, it's just you. Whatever. Something's slowing my arming down more. Let's go over here. 2 snakes in the swamp. What's this? Murders of crows. 1 crow may be harmless, but these aggressive birds are many, and may give even a seasoned warrior a decent fright. Tiny. There's a monster fish there. This hideous fish is truly huge and can swallow a great shark in a single bite. The monster fish likes to hunt in the deepest parts of the ocean, where it can attract whatever is down there with its shining lure light. I've had some things pop up from the ocean which are rather unpleasant. Or at least... I've had a giant crab pop up from the ocean, and that was rather unpleasant. Ooh, astrology, what's this? Okay. I can cast that, and it costs 20% less if cast in void gateways. Climate starts to influence the outcome of void summonings. Okay. Tip, you can get rid of these tips in the settings. Okay, there's a mantis. Go back up here. 16. I could cast that again. Yeah, let's do that. Call Warriors of the Deep. This is a larger sacrifice that tries to call on the more combat-oriented dwellers in the deep. The ritual is performed in a coastal area on a clear night when the stars are right. But even then, the cultist cannot be sure his sacrifice will appease the beings, as the warriors summoned are often very keen on killing people. So I guess you could cast like this first and then cast that if the stars are right. An extra 5 sacrifices. Oh, what's that? Brigands. 2 brigands. A bow and a staff. You wonder if map tools use some assets from this game. Because that grass field map looks oddly familiar despite this being the first time you've seen this game. Maybe. Don't actually know. It wouldn't massively surprise me if the textures used are some easily accessed ones. There's a lake there, forests, forests. I have 7 units here now. How many down here? 6. No, 5. I can count. No, I don't want you to go there. I want Sanctor. You can go over there. And talk. You can go up here. Pick up these units. Okay. And then come back. Ooh. Serpents. Smartest among the beasts, the serpent is not one to be trifled with. It's an excellent climber, despite being larger than a human, and it likes to hide up in the trees. From there, it can ambush unsuspecting humans when they come close, and the serpent's venomous bite makes sure that anyone bitten will not survive for long. The serpent only hunts during the warm seasons. When it gets cold, it becomes sluggish, and only kills those stupid enough to walk straight into its mouth. -1 strength in snowy locations, because it's cold-blooded. A huge boulder. A huge rock. A large boulder the size of a small boulder. We'll attack these snakes. We killed the snakes. There's no mines over here. I'll keep following the coastline. We get 1 Earth Shaper for 188 gold. I don't have enough, but what is that? Rembolt the Earth Shaper. I think that's a unit from another faction. Among the mystical ranks of Elysian spellcasters, the Earth Shapers are unique for their ability to manipulate the very land beneath their feet. Trained in the ancient and formidable school of geomancy, Earth Shapers have the rare ability to manipulate the terrain to their will, shaping the Earth to serve strategic purposes. Initially, they possess a foundational understanding of geomancer magic, capable of some subtle manipulations, such as raising barriers or altering paths. However, with further time, studies, and experience, an Earthshaper can unlock the deep mysteries of the Earth, ascending to the revered level of geomancer mastery. Frequently sought after by powerful lords and organizations, Earthshapers are often employed to sculpt the land, creating or removing obstacles to aid in defense or invasion. Whether they are raising hills, diverting rivers, or leveling forests, their influence over the battlefield can be the difference between victory and defeat. They are particularly beloved by the dwarves, who prize their ability to raise new hills and mountains, prime territory for the dwarves to inhabit and cultivate for their mining operations. This symbiotic relationship has made Earthshapers highly esteemed among the dwarven clans, with some even living among the dwarves for long periods to aid in the expansion of their underground kingdoms. Oh, okay, they've got a floor plan generator. And yes, Conquest of Elysium 5 is available on Steam. Made by Illwinter. I can recommend this and Dominions, if you like. Dominions is more of a civilization type game. Get rid of those snakes. We're actually going to have to engage in combat with the snakes. There's 4 snakes. Oh dear. Hey, we converted one. Yay, we got a snake. Ooh, asp turtle. Asp turtles are the rulers of the sea, because no one would dare attack one of these majestic creatures. They swim around eating seaweed, and whatever else happens to come too close. Luckily for the people of Elysium, the asp turtle never leaves the sea, and thus seldom bothers anyone. 3 armor, 1 to 15 bite. Giant size, they're aquatic, not amphibious, so they can only be in water. Available Steam. What about their floor plan map generator? Oh, okay. Pardon. They're too slow. They can't move off the mountains. You... Get these units, please. And then come back here. There's another bear up there. Oh, great. Yeah, that Geomancer's now gone because I didn't have enough money to recruit him. Oh, the hybrid soldiers have got 1 armor, so they're a little bit tougher than the spearmen. They do have spears also, though. And shields. I guess the idea is that each spear and shield is costing 1 iron. You just get a whole bunch of insane fishermen. I guess 7 of those instead of 5. Thinking what I'd like to have to fight that bear. Or the hybrid crossbowman, I think. Okay. And I'm just going to take a quick break. So I'll pause the recording here and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Okay. Stay there. Thank you. Okay, you're moving up there. That bear's not really attacking there, but... Oh, hello. It's a chimera? This large beast has the body and head of a lion, the tail of a snake, the wings of a bat, and then an extra goat head on top of that. The goat head may not look very useful, but it has very good vision and is always on the lookout. Afraid that something is going to eat it. As soon as something approaches, the goat will scream, and the lion part will wake up and attack. It's also got fire breath, because why not? Strong venomous bite. 1 to 20 damage. Poison damage. Wow. Shock resistant, fire resistant, poison resistant, 73 hit points, 2 armor, 6 magic resistance. Yeah, I don't want to attack that. We're going to retreat. Bye. Please don't eat me. Might be able to put another settlement up here somewhere. Go here. Should be expanding my territory by creating settlements. So let's try that. Slow moving in forests. Okay, so let's see. Fun coastal cult. Only possible with flat terrains. Okay. You need to move up here or something. Oh, hello, bear. Oh, there's some ichthyds up here. Large fish beings with legs and arms that make them able to operate on land. They have the size and strength of a fish, but despite this, they are not quite as stupid as a normal fish and are able to utilize tools and weapons. Ichthyds often raid fishing villages and try to steal all the tools and supplies they can get hold of. The raiders are not easy to kill, but the reward for killing them is not bad either. A smoked ichthyid is a real treat and is large enough for a small village to feast on. I remember these from Dominions as well. They're like base troops for Atlantis or one of the other underwater factions. Ah, it's 2 bears teamed up with 3 deer. Okay. You can all join up together. No action points. Okay, you might be able to use that there. Go away. Oh, great. We've got giant ants as well. Can be a serious problem for people living in both villages and towns. The thick armor on the ant makes it almost impossible to harm with normal bows, and you need a large number of heavy crossbows to deal with one of these creatures. City walls do not help either, because the giant ant does not seem to care if it's standing on flat ground or climbing a vertical wall. The giant ant attacks by biting with its large mandibles, or by spraying a potent acid on its victims. Once inside a town, the giant ants will take as much food as they can carry, and then wander off with it. They do acid damage. Or poison damage. Siege tunneling. Right. They can just burrow underground and attack you. Hey, cool. I did build a coastal settlement there. What's it say? Must be within 3 tiles of the sea and non-adjacent to other hamlets and villages. Oh, okay. So not within 3 tiles. It just has to be non-adjacent. So not next to. Okay. So I can put another one like here, maybe. Maybe not there. I don't know if I can overwrite the fairy circle. So I can put one here. And then one here. If that's an open tile. Okay, cool. I mean, that's an extra 2 gold and 1 sacrifice. Oh, Okay, there's just bears everywhere. How big's your army? Big enough. Attack the bears. Maybe we'll convert one of these bears. Oh, we paralyzed both of them. Oh, maybe not. We'll just kill them all. Boom. Okay. I think in that ancient forest anymore. Go and attack those giant ants. I don't want those wandering around. I think I'll join up my armies and then go and attack those Buckamon. Get out of here. One astrologer for 59 gold. I do have enough. Slowcad the astrologer. Astrology level 2. Everything that has happened or will happen is written in the stars, and by influencing the stars, we can influence the reality of the world. That is at least what the astrologers want people to believe. Yet they seem completely unable to make an accurate foretelling of tomorrow's weather, or change it to a less rainy one. Considering the time they spend looking at the sky, you should think that foretelling the weather should be the easiest task possible to them. Cultists. They've got void magic. Different from astrology magic. What is this? Library mastery. Enhance spellcasting abilities. If it studies in a library or of higher level than his own. Yeah, you can find libraries which you can spend time studying in to raise your magic skills. I tried that with trolls, but I don't think trolls are very good at reading books. They might have found the books quite tasty, but they were only able to digest the contents in one form. Go up there. And come back here. So what have you got? What? Okay. Twist Fates, Reading the Stars, Soul Slay, and Moonbeams. Oh, pretty much the same spells. Okay. Soul Slay. 1 to 999 points of damage. That's a pretty damn good spell. I think that's a really good spell in Dominions as well. Just wham on one unit. Oh. Is this our bear? Our army can't move. They're too slow. Okay, now it's spring. Ah! Attack the bears, maybe we'll get some more. Mind control the bears! Or don't. Well. Oh, I think also I can turn on and off spells which they'll cast during combat. Yeah, the little star thing. So if I click on that... Oh, he must memorize his full allowance and memorize spells. Okay. So he can memorize 2 spells and he has to have 2 spells. So I can't, like, get rid of this so he can only cast 1. Okay. Could get rid of Meteor and get reading as a stars, but whatever. Meteor's fun. What's this? Goblins. Goblins are cowardly creatures with low morals and limited intelligence that like to skulk around in the forests, where they can stay hidden from their foes. The goblins would be totally harmless if it weren't for their strange alliance with the trolls. The trolls can find the goblins with their excellent sense of smell, and this is the foundation for the alliance. The goblins serve the trolls, and in return, the trolls don't kill all the goblins. They have 1 to 3 damage from a club, 3 magic resistance, 3 strength, 3 hit points, 4 morale. They're pretty weedy. But the thing is that I was getting like 10 of them, I think. I was getting a lot of them for a little bit of money. For like 50 gold, so. 10 archers is 10 archers. So, I have this many dudes here. Yeah, let's call Warriors of the Deep. Nice. We actually got some. Deep 1 Warriors. These are like the basic troop for Aurelia in Dominions. For some reason, someone has managed to dress Deep Ones in simple tunics and give them spears. Such a move can hardly result in anything good. It also suggests that someone is controlling them, which is also an indication of something bad happening. Luckily, they most often appear in villages filled with cultists, and such villages should be avoided in any case. 1 armor, 7 hit points, 4 strength, 4 morale, spears. I like hybrids. I guess I can get them for sacrifices. As opposed to, money. They do have poison resistance. I was expecting something a bit better. Yeah, I guess more hybrid. Crossbows. No, I want to transfer units. You can't go there. Enter. The snakes took over my silver mine. How dare they? Oh, I might want to control that ancient forest. Apparently they spawn roaming units. So, okay, we'll go and step on that. If I can take control of it, that is. They're good shots with those bows, being able to shoot snakes. Okay, we get our mine back. An ambush, eh? Oh, some... Oh, frick. Okay. We get put out of position. Stag Tour might die. We're in this column formation. These serpents are attacking. Though we did manage to paralyze one of the serpents. Oh, okay, good. We blasted that guy. He's probably going to die. Yep, because he had poison. So we lost Sanctor. Yeah, I don't think we took over the forest. Because we can't. So that probably means we're just going to have to, like, destroy it somehow. Oh, bears. No, the bears and deer took over my tower. How dare. Can you found a, Oh, actually, yeah, you can do something. Coastal hamlet. Apparently, it just has to be within 3 tiles of the ocean. Doesn't have to be on the coast for it to be coastal. Damn bears. You should be able to deal with that. Oh, you can move over there to help him. Speed it up a bit. Okay, I think we converted one of the bears. Yeah, we did. Cool. If I have all these, would I be able to take on that dragon? I'll be able to take on the mine with all these, so we'll go and do that. I can't actually cast the spells this guy has. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Because I think this guy uses gems to cast these spells. And I don't have gems as a resource. I don't have used special powers up here. Though maybe that might also just be because he only has maybe he doesn't have any ritual spells. He's only got melee spells. Or combat spells. I don't actually know. It was it's a thing in Dominions where you can get spellcasters of different schools. They take gems of different colors to cast their magic, and it's quite useful if you can get certain types, because their spells can complement your faction quite nicely. Okay, let's attack these guys. Let's hope we succeed. They've got a fair number of dudes. Maybe we can convert some. Okay, that was alright. I'm hoping my crossbows will be able to get through their armor pretty easily. Yeah, we're paralyzing them. Blam! Yeah, Bear's dealing with some. Okay, we're winning easily. Yeah. That's another mine. Shape of 199 gold. I don't have enough. Another geomancer. Zona Nil. Another cultist of the deep. I did lose one. Yeah, I'll recruit you. And I'll get some hybrid crossbowmen. So that's going to be you. And I want you to have these guys. You can take this hybrid fisherman as well. And you can go up to here. You can go over here. You can pick up any units from there. Then come back. Okay, cool. Nice. A gold iron stream. Very nice. Getting 23 gold per turn now. I could actually spend some of that gold on buying resources. I could buy sacrifices. That would cost 20 gold for 10 sacrifices per turn. Or I could buy iron. I think I'll buy some sacrifices. More sacrifices means I can cast more spells. Up in town. Let's see what we can call up. Army of the Deep. Elder Being. We got a Yithian last time. Let's see what astrology does. Current readings of star constellations. The stars are looking favorable for reliable summonings. The stars are in a good position for power. Summonings would be powerful now. The astrology readings will be accurate for 2 months. I think that's 2 turns. Okay. Contact an elder being. Ooh. What's that thing? Star Oak. During clear nights, you can sometimes imagine that the stars move on their own accord, like leaves in the wind. Might be a dream. Or it might be that you perceived what madmen have called the Star Oak. Star Oaks are strange, stellar beings reminiscent of the anemones of the sea. They appear as star clusters, forming a trunk with tentacles. When they get their prey close, their tentacles rip the body apart, and a stellar maw opens in the trunk and consumes the soul before it can escape to the other world. They have Astrology level 1, Starlight and Mind Burn, Stellar Maw for 1 to 100 magic damage. Magic Drain Disintegrates. There'll be no corpse left after being killed by this attack. Any explode or on death effects will not take effect after being disintegrated. Magic Resistance negates 1 target. Range is 1, so I have to get rid of melee. Astral Hooks. Horror Mark. Oh, Horror Marking is a thing in this, is it? In Dominions, Horror Marking is an effect you can get on units. There's a spell, forget what it's called. Just like Mark, Soul Mark, I think, or something like that. And it marks a target to be hunted down by horrors. So every now and then, during turns, randomly, some horrors will appear, beings from the void dimension, and they'll attack the target. Most likely kill them, because they're very strong, and there's no way to get rid of it. If your pretender gets horror marked, it's very bad. And you got Starlight and Mindburn. What's this? Ethereal. Very difficult to damage with non-magical attacks. 75% chance of just passing through. It's immobile though. Immune to sleep. It's an amphibian. Stationary and immobile. Okay, it's just a tree. It just sits there. If something gets near to it, it eats them. And it casts spells. It's still pretty neat. Let's do it again. What the heck's those? Strange thing. Strange things are beings from the distant past. They probably emerged from the void during a time when the veil separating the worlds was thinner and less stable. They disappeared from Elysium millennia ago, and are only known through strange inscriptions on ancient temple walls, and the mutterings of fools and fishermen. They got mesmerize, confusion, strikes anywhere, and they've got tentacles. They've got poison. Any enemy units attacking this unit in melee will be poisoned, with poison 4. Okay, neat. They're a spiky ball which can confuse people. No. Hold on. Okay, you go there. Do my cultists all have aquatic amphibious? No, they don't. There are tiles in the ocean which I would be interested in getting. I have to be careful about the water freezing over, though. I don't remember whether that kills my units or if they would just be unable to move. It might stop them from moving. Though I don't know what would happen if they're amphibious. Oh, you can go there. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I want you. You can have all of these units. So you're aquatic. You're not. You're not. The fishermen aren't. So we'll leave them on land. Oh, we got a Bakemono. Die Bakemono. Hey. You're amphibious. You are. Oh, wait. I can't take you with me? Oh, hello. Welcome, Varix. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello. Oh dear, yeah. Unfortunately, I did get raided. How's it going? Thank you very much. I hope you're all doing well. We're playing Conquest of Elysium 5. Kind of a strategy game with a wide variety of factions you can play as. Hello, welcome. We're playing as a faction of cultists. We're summoning void Cthulhian beasts from another dimension. Supplement our faction. Oh, I guess this tree actually can't... It can't move, so of course it can't join my army. Okay, it just defends the settlement then. If you play Dominions 5, it's made by the same people. Or Dominions. Hope your stream went well. I think you were playing more Dark Souls. I hope that was going alright. Let's see. You're an archer. You're not amphibious. You can't come. That snake's not amphibious either, so... Can't join. You are... Yes, you are. think that's everything. Oh, there's some more insane fishermen up there I can get rid of from the army. You've heard Dominion 6 is out. Looking real good from what you saw. Yeah, it is out. I think there's some nice changes made to it from 5. Though I haven't gotten it yet myself. Let's see. I think that's everything. Yeah. Oh, these are immobile too. The strange things. Okay, well. We have a bunch of units defending our settlement. We'll just sit there. You're amphibious. Equinox. You can join. That's a ritual of mastery. I think you got astrology. Turn. We're just playing a simple game here so that I can learn how this game works. I played a bit on my own. Multiplayer. But I was playing as the Troll King. Sound woke you up. Hopefully not my my throat clearing. But yeah, the casting spells sound is really loud. Unfortunately. So go there. Transfer that one unit, and then go down here. No, they took my mine! Again. Okay, Pregzt and Equinox go into the water. Red corals. Oh, yeah. We'll get some gold from that. You can take all of these. And I want you to go and get my mine back. People keep taking it from me. Get some hybrid crossbowmen up at the tower, and you can pick those up on the way there. Well, thank you very much for the follow, Latorio. Latorio? No. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you have a good rest. Or rest of your day. Whichever. Yeah, let's go get this red corals. It's got ichthyds in it. They're not a problem. Oh, what's that? Depossessed souls. One hit point. They're ethereal. Banishable. Plane shift. Hades. Floating. Mindless. Touch of the dead. Oh, it casts weakness on them. Okay. Ah. 2 serpents. They took my town! Go up and deal with it. It's freaking... These roaming creatures are being a real pain. Because I can't get rid of the ancient forests, so they just keep spawning. There might be a spell which lets me get rid of those, but I don't know. I haven't played as this faction before. Get those wolves. Easy. Oh, ichthyds. Hey, we converted one. It's probably gonna die. Yep. We converted another one. Cool. We get an ichthyid. And we take over the red corals for 2 extra gold per turn. Go into the deeps. Or dispossessed souls. There's the void. Yeah, I think the world map just sort of drops off into the void. Kelp forest up there. I think kelp forests generate fungus for some factions. It's not a nail god. Okay. Go there. Pick up those dudes. I recruited them in the wrong settlement. Damn it. Go over there. I guess just move down there. Michael Dumber, Cotier, you nimblest, be keeping me wee mid. Getting some upset from converting a dwarf earlier on, I think. Still happening. Hmm. I want to go north or south? It freezes up here. I don't really want to go too far north if it's going to turn into ice. I don't see anything off the coastline there. Winter is here. Oh, I think the forest actually expanded over there. Because I think there was an extra empty spot there before. Um... 107 hit points. It's only got 3 armor. Well, I mean, that's a fair amount, but... I mean, if we could mind control that, that'd be fantastic, but I don't know. I don't like our chances of that happening. Go back to the settlement. And we'll, summon some more beasties. Okay, you can join up together. There we go. Never played Conquest of Elysium seriously, but you did put in a few tens of hours into Dominions 3 to 6. It's nice to see it. I do like the series. I'm not very good at Dominions. I'm not very good at those civilization type games anyway, in general. But I do like them a lot. Just the amount of stuff, variety, and all the things which you could do is really neat. The one game I finished in Dominions 4, I think, I was playing as a faction called Abyssal, which is a faction made up of like fire beings, red-skinned fire creatures, fire guys, and I ended up winning by raising the temperature of the world so high that nothing else could fight me effectively. That's an example of the things which you can do in them. You're good at 4x games, not that good at dominions. You just play Illithid and turn to ones and see. I really like Rillier. I've tried to win multiple times as playing as early age Rillier, which is made up of aboleths. But it's really difficult. And I think part of that is just because the game's not balanced very well. Unfortunately. I think they're better in Dominion 6 than they are in 5. Or 4. But, like... they're good underwater, but they have a real difficult time getting onto land. There are ways you can do it, but it takes a fair bit of effort. But, like... aboleths in early age are like armies of mind-controlled slaves, which are pretty weak. Backed up by powerful mages who can mind burn enemy units. But yeah, it's like you can kind of see what they're trying to do with it, but the mechanics I think are not really all there. The stars are not right. Controlling anything that is summoned will be slightly more difficult than usual. They're in their weakest position. Okay, let's not summon anything. Let's get some more crossbow. Do like those. Middle and late ages armored Illithid are a strong call for armies protecting by slaves. Yeah, it's the thing with the early age, really, you don't have Illithids, you just have aboleths. I think you can get hybrids if you take over a coastal settlement, which are like, they're amphibious cultist dudes, which have, I think, some kind of mind attack. But you still don't have access to your really good spellcasters, which are the aboleths, because they're all underwater. Oh, you also have the ability to use a ritual which will transfer the memory of the aboleth into a human, or into a humanoid body. So you can make your surface spellcasters as good as your underwater spellcasters. But again, it's quite a lot of effort. Good summons is how you punch through on land with aboleths. Yeah. I want to play late age, really, because that's all the Dreamlands, and just about spreading madness and just causing havoc everywhere. That seems fun. No. Special power. Stars are not right. Attract outsiders. Oh, okay, we get some other factions units. Okay. Stars still aren't right. Go back there. Protect against it. Holy crap. Bears and deer. Bears and deer. Bears and deer. Don't have enough for anything else. Oh, I lost that town over there. That's annoying. Actually, what am I doing? Move with that army. You're part of that army. I recruited you. You're a spellcaster. Just stick with them. Damn moose. The moose is an immense beast that is considered to be the king of the forest by those who have not heard of the beholder yet. The moose has an enormous appetite and eats entire trees, so if you see a tree stump in the middle of a forest, you can be certain there is a moose nearby. The moose is not as aggressive as its smaller cousin the deer, but you should still be careful. If there are no tasty trees nearby, the moose will not hesitate to satisfy its hunger by eating a human instead. I don't know what you mean. I think this dialogue is. I think this information is perfectly accurate. Let's get rid of these moose. There we go. Okay, would these be enough to take on that dragon? I do want to get rid of that dragon. I mean, it's just a coal mine, but I want to explore further north up here, so... we'll see about it. Get some more melee units. Okay, let's see if we can take on a bile troll with a bile dragon. Sorry, I got there in the end. With all this, my armies are moving together, but they're split up between these lords. Right, I have to wait. Pregzt can't move. It's too slow, he's units. Oh, there's just water up there. Fantastic. Well, I thought maybe it would go like this. See how this battle goes. Oh no! It's poisoned the Yithian. Frick. Good thing my cultist dudes are at the back. And the poison's worn off. It was only one level of poison. Please mind control it. I guess paralyzing it's also alright. It'll minimize casualties at least. Resisted. It does have a magic resistance of 9, so... Yay. And some units are going to take damage from poison and die. So. Yeah, we beat it. And I don't think we lost anything which we couldn't replace. We got a mine out of it. We need to do something about these ancient forests. Don't know what though. Ritual of Mastery. What I get? One of these, I think. Maybe build Port HQ. creates another port that has a semblance of being abandoned. Must be 5 tiles from any version of a port. So this is a port, so I can put that up there. Not possible to cast a ritual here. Plain-like terrains. That's a plain. One. Or does a coastal hamlet count as a port? It might. Okay, well, move down there. They took over my silver mine again. Damn it. Yeah, this ancient forest is constantly creating units. These ancient forests. They took over the tower as well. Again, if I was playing as trolls, I could get rid of them easily, but... don't think I have that option. Okay, just whatever, sit there. Get rid of the walls. Gonna take over the mine. How would I deal with these? Guess I could just keep an army around here to protect them. I guess that's what Toct is going to do. He's just going to sit around here and protect these settlements. I think I can just leave units in a settlement to protect them, and they don't need a general with them. So I could just, like, put a bunch of... dudes like that in there, and then go off and somewhere else. Might even leave you there. Just sit there. My idea, one of my ideas was, summoning creatures and see if I can get some of these star oaks. They could just sit there and nom any creatures which pop out of the forest when they appear. Someone else took over that forest. That's green, so that will be one of the AI factions. Find the coastal cult. Green is best. Absolutely. I have seen there's some Warhammer mods for this. There's some 40k mods. I saw one of them was Tyranids, which is quite amusing. Get rid of these. I think we killed more of our own guys with meteors than I did the enemy. Okay. 2 giant morals. Want to attack that? More bears, boars, and deer. I'll make another coastal cult here. I'll get some more hybrid crossbows. Big one for Dom 5. Don't know how it fares with Dom 6 or Conquest of Elysium. One of the mod authors for the 2 mods which I'm running says that they're planning on transferring the various Warhammer factions to Conquest of Elysium. Though the mod last got updated in 2022, so I don't know if that's still on the books. It'd be quite a lot of work for one person. They're pretty good factions to play as in Dominions 5 and 4. Probably a bit too overpowered. Chaos being, you know, heavily armored troops with very good magic. I remember ogres being extremely powerful because you got armies of just massive units. Even in base dominions, having an army of elephants is a big deal. Even chariots are a biggie. Yeah. It's because of the trample. They just hit basic infantry and crush them and move on to the next one. I remember in the earlier Dominions games, the sound elephants made was so piercing during combat. It's just constant elephants going "Rah!" every time they hit enemy units. Monster toads. The monster toad is the largest and strongest of all the toads. It's also the angriest of the toads, because despite its size, it's not colourful like many of the other toads, and it does not like to be reminded of this. A poor toad. Apparently it's poisonous on hit. On touch. 100% resistant to poison. Quite experienced too. And there's 3 of them, geesh. Yeah. They're just living in the swamp. Get rid of these bears. Get some more hybrid crossbowmen. Yay, we converted a bear. Join the bear cult. More bears. Oh, what's that? Giant centipedes. Ugh. While less common than the giant ants that plague Elysium, giant centipedes are at least as dangerous. Covered in scales and armed with a poisonous bite, they represent a threat to farms and villages not properly protected by their lord. The centipedes like to climb walls, and it is possible that they are actually attracted to towers and castles with high spires. They also like dung. Fantastic. 19 hit points, 2 armor. Get rid of them, please. Can't be having giant centipedes roaming around. Hey, we got it. Oh, killed my other bear. Okay. I'm speeding the combat up along because it seems pretty likely that we're going to win it. Go over here. Dispossessed spirits. Okay. I don't think you're close enough to the shore to create a coastal settlement. You could probably do something. Contact Elder Being. I guess you could do that. Oh, hello. There's an AI faction. Green. Some slimes. Ochre jellies. Jellies and oozes seem to be related to jellyfish. The main difference being that the former live on land and in damp environments, and the latter in the sea. The smaller ochre jelly is a popular dish in the capital currently. Adventurers venture down into catacombs and scoop up small oozes with copper shovels. How jellies come into existence, or how they remain animate, remains a mystery to this day. They attack indiscriminately and try to dissolve their targets. If hit by swords or other weapons, they might split into two entities, each of which continues to attack and dissolve any living being in the vicinity. It can split. Here's a blunt resistance. Fire, acid, cold, shock, and poison resistance. 100% resistant to acid and poison. I think I've faced giant jellies before. You. Astrology. Stars are not right. Summoning would be more powerful now. They're in a good position for power, but they're not in a good position for controlling. Slightly more difficult. I mean, only slightly more difficult. How long's that for? 1 month. I can wait a month. Strange mist has appeared. The entire continent is covered by this thick, obscuring mist, and it's almost impossible to know where you are going. That's foreboding. I like that music's changed. So I can't see into other tiles. Okay. Somewhat volatile. It's hard to say if they're favorable or not. Summonings will be slightly less packed. 3 months. Well, summon. Hey, we summoned a tree. That will just sit there now. And cause problems. Or want to cast something else? Yes, cause it. Oh, hey! Neat! We got an Elder Thing. Elder Things are strange beings from a distant past. They once ruled all that is Elysium and explored the world underneath, Agartha. When they opened gates into the void and explored the madness beyond time, they unleashed the horrors of the void and succumbed to insanity. For millennia, the Elder Things and their lore have been absent. Now Elder Things are summoned back from the void by mad cultists searching for hidden knowledge. Miscolored. Single target range attacks have 50% chance of missing. This is from the world effect. Sleep immunity, mental agony on death. It explodes in mental agony on death, hitting anyone nearby, both friend and enemy, and paralyze them. Floating. Amphibian. It's slow. It's got Mind Blast and Life Drain. No armor, 3 strength, 24 hit points, 7 magic. And these are another Cthulhu being. They're from At the Mountains of Madness. I could cast it again. Wait, is that causing problems with insanity? No. Okay. Sure. Another tree. Yeah, those trees will just sit there now. Combat. So there's a bunch of green tiles there. What's this? Oh, 2 ball. Haven't taken over any of my settlements, have they? No. Okay. White corals. What's that? Pearls. That would be alright to get. These guys aren't amphibious. I think I have to perform a big ritual for them to become amphibious. What have we got? Oh, the ochre jellies. Oh no, it's split! Get out of here. Ooh, hello. I think it's a druid. Yeah. Potawato's the druid. Druids like to portray themselves as priests of nature and the saviors of Elysium. Most people do not agree with this description, but what is certain is that they have found a way to coerce the beasts of Elysium to do their bidding. However, meddling with the forces of nature is dangerous, and it is only a matter of time before the druid is lured into helping the beasts in their war against humankind. When such beasts attack human settlements, they are backed by the power of the druid. Helping the beasts is surely an act of evil, but no one can deny that leading the animals is a great feat of magic, as the beasts of Elysium have strong souls and are not easily swayed. So he's got serpents, boar, winter wolves. Hey, I recognize those. Yeah, they got an icy breath. Cone attack. Deer, bears, giant ants, more winter wolves, and some snakes, and a moose. I mean, it's just animals. It's got a mace of pain. 1 to 6 damage, deals 1 to 10 magic damage, and it gives him sleep immunity. I mean, he has to hit me in melee with that. Okay. Up there. More hybrid crossbowmen, please. And bunch up. If that druid comes to attack us, I want to... Yeah, we might be able to take him on. Oh, the boars actually attacked the settlement. Go mutants! Hey, cool, they can actually deal with the boar on their own. Okay. So he's there. I could summon some more hybrids. And... I can't actually... I could contact an elder being. I think our army's big enough to deal with him. A bunch of animals. He's got to have magic himself. But... like, we've got magic. We'll take over these farms that will give us gold. Potawato's. Let's see. Might also mind control some of them. Ooh, okay, frost balls. We might get to see what the implanting tentacle, parasitic tentacle does. Speed it up a little bit. Please kill the winter wolves. What do you do? Entangled. Oh, okay. Okay, the winter wolves are dead, finally. My bears are more powerful than your bears. No, he converted my base. Hot bear on bear action. Okay, we've won this. There's just a druid left. Go my knight. Feeling full of crossbow bolts. There we go. Yay! He's dead. It's found a magic item. It's a mace of pain. Oh, they're attacking me in the coastal hamlet. Oh, it's some... It's a murder of crows. Whoa. Ooh. Okay, I think... That's a pretty bad blow for them, because... There's no backseas. Like, the druid... I don't think the druid can resurrect himself. The same is with us. This is similar in Dominions for a lot of the pretender gods and so on. Death, for a lot of them, is permanent. Some of them can resurrect. And there's different levels of resurrection. Some can resurrect with no wounds afterwards. I think some of the others can resurrect, but they keep the wounds which they had. I think it's like true resurrection. But in this, I'm pretty sure if your lord dies, then he's dead. You have to train up another guy. And I don't. It might not even be the same. I actually, it hasn't happened to me, so I'm not sure. But if it's like Dominions, then it's a pretty big blow to their functionality. Take that over. What's this thing? A swamp monster. Swamp monster loves swimming and sleeping. It can often be seen swimming in a muddy pond or just dozing off in the swamp. People should beware of approaching it, however, because like most monsters, it is aggressive and attacks humans whenever it gets the chance. 50 hit points, magic resistance 3, bite 1 to 7, poison resistance. That's not that scary. So they have poison attacks. Sounds like it attacks humans whenever they bother it. Yeah, it's just going about its own business. Oh, there's a watchtower. Take that over. I would like to have out of this mist. Equinox. Astrology. Some of these would be powerful now. Well, we summon a tree. Fantastic. I mean, that will protect the settlement. That's a pretty good guardian. Oh, right, yeah. Cabbage. The giant cabbage, also known as human's best friend, it was much thanks to the cabbage that easily grows the giant proportions in Elysium that man was able to settle here at all. The cabbages of Elysium have always been both yummy and friendly. Not even advanced magic experiments have been able to bring them to life to attack anyone. So friendly. Oh, what's this? Houses are used by mankind to find comfort and shelter. It is rumored that the dwarves have mastered the technique to construct housing as well, but the lack of wood in their mines makes this unlikely. It is well known that wood is the only material suited to build houses. There's no other way. What's up here? More forests. Right here, we'll take that over. I don't think I can take the forests over. I've said before, I think, but like, Court of the Deep. Yeah, I guess some deep ones. Up here? Can you do something? Make a coastal cult. I should have fish as a resource. Hey, brigands. I'm wandering a fair distance away from my territory. This fog's still all over the place. Or mist, rather. I don't have enough sacrifices for any more rituals. I'll just sit there. The last one gets finished off by a meteor. Great. Oh, bears. 102 units here. 2 bears plus mostly wolves and snakes. Bare-chested slingers. Bare-chested warriors are not as civilized as ordinary men. They believe their sparse use of clothing gives them a stronger connection to nature, and lets them inherit the battle ferocity of the beasts. This is only superstition, however, and they would hardly stand a chance against a proper army of civilized men. Got a bunch of snakes, wolves, boar, deer, bears. That's a little scary, actually. Cool. Is that a Shoggoth? Formless spawn. Sometimes the madness and hunger of the void manifests and takes physical form. The formless spawn is a shapeless hunger that devours anything alive and consumes bodies and souls alike. The spawn is not of this world, and difficult to harm with the weapons and elements of Elysium. Great. That sounds like it'll be useful if we get attacked. Pseudopod strike. Deals acid damage. It's kind of a Shoggoth? Cold, shock, poison, fire resistance, pierce, slash, and blunt resistance. Wall climbing, and it's got immune to sleep. No armor, though. Bare-chested warriors. There's an entire bear on their chest. It's impressive, and also slightly disturbing. I mean, hopefully we don't get attacked. I am playing this without saving, so if we die, we die. A wealthy merchant from a land across the sea is traveling through the country. He has recently come ashore in Towerbridge. I think that's my tower. No, that's Guard Tower. Where's Towerbridge? Not my mine! They took my mine again! Damn it. This is being a real pain in my ass. Hut. Oh, that's a citadel. No wonder there's a lot of units there. I've got 90 units. They've got 102 units. I probably have better units, but I'd like more. Don't have enough sacrifices. Oh, I know where it is. Oh, the mist is worn off. There's a rainbow. It gives you 2 gold, and it's a portal. There's some brigands on the rainbow. Quick, get them. Get my mine back. No, they did damage the void formless spawn a bit. Okay, we're making some money from the rainbow. On a scale from 0 to Shoggoth, how Shoggoth is it? I mean, basically like an 8, I think. It's pretty much a Shoggoth. They're just blobs with, like, pseudopod tentacles. There's not that much difference between them. I would be ready to believe that it is a Shoggoth, it's just not called one. It's just not called that because of reasons. But I mean, they have like winter wolves and apparently beholders in this, so I don't think they're too fussed by that. More bandits. Get them! Zonda nil. What troops do you have? Just that. Okay. You can separate from the army. Toct. Can go up there. And we could recruit some more units in there. I've got so much gold and iron. I need to spend more of it. We converted 2 of the bandits. And some birds took over my rainbow. And flew away. They're not there anymore. Into gateway. Equinox. Somebody would be powerful. We get another Yithian. Neat. Oh, all the income from my farms will be. I wonder if that affects my hamlets. My coastal hamlets, that is. Having the mutants popping up into coastal villages is pretty neat. It's like having a slow growth for what's it called? Like a provincial guard or something, garrison. Dominion's games, you can spend some money to create a garrison in a province, which is useful to dissuade small groups of enemy units from just walking in and taking it over. I guess you can kind of... You can't do that in this, but I guess you could just recruit units and move them to a region and leave them there. Which I really should be doing. Oh well. What about down here? Oh, a storm drake. The young storm drake hides in clouds during thunderstorms in order to get close to farms or villages, so that it can capture a goose or two. This seems to be a particular problem in the fall, when huge amounts of plump geese and swans are lost to the roaming storm drakes. Since no one has ever seen an intermediate dragon, there are some speculations that the storm drake might gorge itself on birds, small cattle, and young humanoids in the fall, and then by winter they pupate in the cloud-like material, only to emerge fully grown a few years later. If you ever travel in those parts, beware of trembling clouds, as that may very well be the storm dragon emerging from his pupal form. It is only 1. 28 hit points, strength 7, armor 1, 6 magic resistance, lightning breath, 1 to 8 damage, 5 bounces, range 2. Okay. Like bounces to nearby tiles when it hits. It's in mountains. I don't really want it to be flying around. It doesn't have an item. We're getting attacked by brigands. No, by insane farmers. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Hey! Victory! Just. Cloud Castle. 3 gold. Astrology. Slightly more difficult than usual. Hard to read. Something might be powerful or maybe weak. Okay, we'll just wait. What about now? Looking favorable for reliable summonings. Slightly less powerful. Neat! We got an aboleth. Somehow that's no. That's surviving above water. What have we got here? Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds is a heavenly bird sprung from the elemental plane of air. It's a Zapdos. It appears as a great bald eagle with gathering storm clouds underneath its wings. The Thunderbird was worshipped as a herald of storms and justice in ancient times, but now, when its origin is unknown, they are more commonly summoned and bound by mighty warlocks. We've got Champion of Storms here. It's a being native to the elemental plane of air, manifests as an armored knight mounted on a flying steed. Champion can conjure winds and lightning and summon elementals. Lightning Hoof. Warlock of Air. Warlocks are uneducated, second-class mages who study elemental magic. To gain magical powers, they make pacts with the elemental lords. But warlocks are not true mages, and the powers gained from these pacts are limited. Since the elemental lords are at constant war, it is impossible to form powerful pacts with more than one of the elements. The pact will limit what elemental being a warlock can summon, and many warlocks use apprentices with weak pacts to compensate. The apprentices are taught how to make lesser pacts and summon elementals opposite of the element of their master. If a warlock signs a greater pact with an elemental lord, he will lose the ability to cast any rituals except from his chosen element. Might be powerful, might be weak. Some honest astrologers. Yeah. Cloud Gate. Although soft and fluffy, the Cloud Gate is surprisingly difficult to break down. This remarkable wall is made out of clouds. While only powerful magic can shape clouds in this matter, cloud walls are very difficult to harm even with siege equipment and cannot be destroyed by lightning. I mean, that's a lot of Thunderbirds. That's a lot of lightning. I don't think I'd be able to take that. Oh yeah, and this. Oh, that's an Elder thing. I mean, it uses the body, it uses the image of an aboleth. But Elder things are strange beings from distant past. Oh. That's just the same description as this thing. But this is an aboleth. Bite, tentacle, tentacle. Wait, that's it? Okay, never mind. It's not really an aboleth, it just looks like it. Aboleths would also have things like magic spells and mind burn and such. Yeah, it would have at least like mind blast and life drain. Don't have any of that. It's just a big fish thing which slaps things with its tentacles. Causes fear though. And it's got 5 regeneration, that's pretty good. That's the same as trolls. So, fairly powerful. Drought is over. Storm Drake's moving around. Do I want to get that over there, or can I recruit things at the watchtower? No. What's sentry? Oh, okay. He just sits there until I activate him again. Recruiting hybrid crossbowmen. They're really good. It's still fairly good in terms of the stars, but I don't have enough sacrifices. Get the Storm Drake. Hello, there's a hamlet down there and it's yellow. Okay, another AI faction. Yay, we mind controlled it. Haha! We have a Storm Drake. I mean, we saw it before. Where is it? There it is. It's got a wound. Never healing wound. Oh, fantastic. Oh, well. So it's weaker than it would be normally. There's 2 wolves over there. Bellis and archers. One of the basic troops of the senatorial army. Being drafted from among the poorest in society, they will most often come with just a shield and a javelin. If they survive a few years of service to save up enough loot, they can invest in some armor for the chance to join some of the other troops of the army. Chances are, however, that they will desert once they have saved up enough money to buy themselves some decent armor. In any case, they are most likely to either die or gamble their money away, as plebs usually do. They've got a poison aura? Why? What? Oh, does he have a unique item? Hydra Ball. Right, okay. I'm tempted to get that from him, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure something like a poison aura does not discriminate. So anyone nearby him is going to die. And that seems bad for my army. There are 2 wolves inside of you. You're a bare-chested warrior. Toct. That's a ritual of mastery, please. Ceremony of the Deep. By performing the summoning ceremony far below the surface of the ocean, the influence of the stars is much lessened and the danger of misreading the stars is minimized. When the ritual is performed in the depths, only special types of deep-dwelling creatures will respond. They have to be in a deep sea. Oh, no sacrifices. Okay. Well, okay, one of the other AI factions is the Senator, I think. I would like that market village, though. 2 sacrifices and 3 gold per turn, and extra trade. Stars are still alright, but I don't have enough sacrifices. It's just one dude. We have a big army, we can deal with it. The poison thing, I can give it to someone who's far away. Zap. No, Storm Drake, don't get poisoned. Oh, that's fine. You can see the poison cloud sitting around here. There we go. We got the Hydro Bomb. Like, if Pregzt has that, he's immune to poison. But he has, like, Equinox right next to him. And I'd rather not have him poison Equinox. So... Can I take that off of you? No. I could give it to the Storm Drake. That's interesting. So the Storm Drake now has a poison aura and 100 poison resistance. Along with its shock resistance. So it can fly up and poison enemy units. This is immune to poison, so that doesn't care about it. And the other weak units around it, I don't care. Yeah, okay, that's a bit better. Gotta be careful about that though, jeez. Oh, hello. There's blue. Terracotta. Ah, okay, this is going to be the enchanter. Yeah, the enchanter makes these terracotta soldiers. Skillfully crafted from mud and then enchanted to come to life. Well, clay. Being made of clay, yeah, makes it immune to fire and quite resistant to arrows as well. 100% fire resistance, 50 cold resistance, 100% poison resistance. They're immune to charm. They can only heal on crystal towers. Pierce resistance, mindless, lifeless, and sleep immunity. So yeah, they just can create these units from towers and send them out. There are some that call this Enchanter Tim. A fearsome foe. Can I recruit any other... I really want another settlement, which I can recruit units at. Yeah, well, there goes the terracotta soldiers. Those armies can get quite large. If the multiplayer game I was playing is any indication. That was a human behind the wheel. Hmm. 4 months. Summon something. No action points left. Okay, never mind then. Hello. I'm getting attacked by some ghosts. Good. Hey, we can get a cultist to the deep. Recruit you, Yaktoob, over there. And Yaktoob, Okay. Again, you're not amphibious, so can I... Yeah, I think I need 500 sacrifices to do that. Get rid of these. I don't want them wandering around. They're not immune to, lightning. Which is interesting, considering they're made of clay. Being hit by a meteor is enough to kill one as well. Small crater. Something massive must have hit here to leave such a mark in the ground. It's got 1,000 hit points. Cool. I think he leaves a cloud of poison behind him, which is hurting some of the other guys a little bit. Because I think this Yithian got caught in it. It seems like by having the bowl on him, the game does try to keep other units away from him. At least at the start of a battle. Bears. Go back there. You. I'm just going to level you up as much as possible. Ceremony in the deep, core warriors in the deep. Call of the deep. Okay. And I can get another one, can't I? Nihargon. Yeah, sure. Okay. There's another village there. Go down here. Oh no, snakes! Go attack those bears. Yeah, I'm just waiting on getting more sacrifices. So many crossbows. Use some wolves. Yeah, get rid of the wolves. Ooh. What's this? Iron mine. Green kobolds. Kobolds are small, mischievous creatures who like to dig, and occasionally dig some more. Unfortunately, they are not disciplined enough to dig in the same direction. When not digging, they are quite happily breeding, which makes it easy to mistake them for rabbits. Kobolds claim draconic ancestry, a fact which most scholars would dispute. They do, however, share some traits with the great dragons. Apart from their reptilian appearance, they are fully resistant to the element corresponding to the color of their scales. Despite a common misconception that the green kobold is associated with growth and nature, their despicable nature and generally slow conduct makes it obvious that they are affiliated with the element of earth. The green color that stems from their scales reflects both the emeralds used in their hatcheries and the green moss growing on the manure piles there. Green kobolds are slow to respond and slow to react. Some attempts at placing various kobolds in cells with a minor horror have revealed that the green kobold will often react at a much slower rate than its brethren. Sometimes it will not react until after it has died. This can easily be mistaken for bravery, which would be a faulty assumption. The lowest of all kobolds are the castless kobolds. They exist only to haul stone, dig, breed, dig some more, clean out the nest, and to be devoured first by anything with sharp enough teeth and a good appetite. The common kobold is quite abundant, and they often make up the larger part of their army. However, they are well known for their cowardice, which sometimes gets exacerbated by their large numbers. Expendable kobold. Swamp move, 100% poison resistance. 1 to 4, 4 hit points, 1 armor. That's something. Strength 3, morale 3. What else have they got? Kobold archer. Some kobold tribes have learned how to use the bow and arrow. The green kobolds have developed a method for poisoning the arrows, making them extraordinarily deadly for both humans and other types of kobold. They have a stone drake. Great lizard-like beings with tiny flesh and a stony carapace. They are closely attuned to the earth, and some scholars claim that they originate from the elemental plane of earth. Regardless of their origin, they can be found in kobold layers or in the service of warlocks. 3 armor, 56 hit points, and only a bite. Wyvern Knight. The boldest of all the kobold troops are the Wyvern Knights, as they ride on fierce wyverns, which are prone to eating a kobold or two whenever they are in a bad mood. It is, however, a mistake to regard them as being particularly courageous, but rather, it is a rather morbid form of stupidity which makes them lack any understanding of what the wyvern might do to them. The knights can still be frightened by large sounds or sudden lights. They've got a stinger. Well, there's a kobold chief. Certain kobolds excel and stand out among the rest, some by being careful and questioning their orders, those are properly fed to the dragons, and others by being cunning, greedy, and less craven. The latter are often allowed to command other warriors, or sometimes even small societies of kobolds. When not given any orders by the shaman, prophet, or whatever necromancers that is currently dominating them, they will simply and happily turn to plundering nearby farms. The shaman is often the most prominent of all female kobolds, and runs the everyday affairs in any kobold tribe. She is in charge of organizing the hatchery and gathering gems, colored cloth, and other suitable accessories to adorn the hatchery, giving it the right color scheme in order to produce the right sort of kobold. Even though the kobolds do this out of instinct rather than as a planned act, it is believed that this practice originated sometime after the kobolds made their pact with the dragons. The shaman is also the one to call for dragons according to their ancient pact. Kobolds and some scholars of lesser wit believe that the kobolds are related to dragons, and that it is this kinship that allows for the kobolds to summon dragons. This is obviously false. The only thing shared between the two species are their vanity, their lust for gold and glittering objects, their color scheme, and some other basic reptilian traits. Because of their belief that they are related, the kobolds bow before and venerate the dragons, and the dragons, in their vanity, accept the worship of the kobolds, preferably accompanied by an offering of gleaming gold, and a few particularly crunchy kobolds, and in return protect the kobolds as they see fit. Just like the lamprey clings onto and cleans larger fish, the kobolds enter the dragon's lair, protect it whilst it is away, and clean it of dragon guano. It is a well-kept secret that dragon guano is used by Hoburgers, arborists, to fertilize their weed, giving it extra potency. Oh, my throat. So much talking. Since I've apparently decided I'm going to read all the descriptions. How are we going for time? Okay, we might finish up here soon. Hey, we got a wolf. Dealt with those ghosts, alright. Could attack that. 2 gold and 2 iron. Mostly looking for more sacrifices, though, which means I need to found more coastal settlements. So we'll do that. We'll do that. Each one of these coastal settlements gives me another sacrifice. Can't fit one over here. I could put one up here, I think. Suddenly, all Pregzt units in the fairy circle disappeared and reappeared at another location. Okay. Ambushed by independents in Colomergo. Oh, they got teleported. There's some snakes. Little serpents. Right, where are my troops now? Oh, over there. That's not too far. I mean, they teleported a fair distance from over here over to here, but forest, bears, swamp. There's a farm there, but you can't move. Okay. Give us a moose. That bowl is still hurting my units a fair bit. Don't like it. Like, if battles are spread out a fair bit, it's not really killing them, but... yeah. Oh, there's a jungle. Go here. An iron mine. Oh, that's the same as that. 2 sea dogs. The sea dog may look like a friendly dog with blue fur, but its nature is that of a bloodthirsty beast. Sea dogs are usually found in the sea, but when hungry, they enter the coastal regions and hunt for food. They can even attack settlements that are not well fortified, and kill a few villagers to satisfy their hunger. Can you found a, yeah, you can. Go over there and fund a coastal settlement. Oh, they took over my market. Damn it. You can't tell units to pass path through unexplored terrain. So they'll try and go around it. It's basically impossible. Go there, take that over. No, you don't need to go there. You go there, and you'll do that. Okay. So I don't think I can create coastal settlements on hills. I think it has to be plains or plain-like. So maybe these savannas. Why can't we cut down the forests? If I was an enchanter, I could do that. Oh, hello. Well, we have enough dudes to attack that. Castle. Bright Vale Castle. It's only a few crossbows and all that. We could take that. That'll be a recruitment center for us. Won't give me any sacrifices, but... Ooh, ziggurat. That gives me a sacrifice. Duina. Yeah, go over there. Take that next. I want you to go over here where my other guys were going to go and set up a coastal settlement there. I mean, you should be able to take this. Actually doing better. I'll just speed it up. Okay, good. Our magic was able to beat them. Go down there. But there's a Triton. Tritons are almost human in appearance, but they have a fish-like skin and their legs end in fins. It is likely that the first of this race were human fishermen who were unlucky enough to anger some fish god. The fish god then cursed the fishermen to live forever under the surface, and thus the Tritons were born. Here's another one of the factions which you can play as in Dominions. What's this? Sea stag. Life underneath the waves corresponds in many ways to that on dry land. The sea stag is a great aquatic stag with a fish tail instead of hindquarters. Just like on land, there are also bushes, flowers, and similar vegetation in the water. Usually this vegetation never appears above the surface and can be safely ignored. Cool, we now have this settlement here, which we can recruit troops at. Also heavy infantries. Heavily armed and armored, these infantry soldiers are tough, but slow due to all the weight. Their equipment requires much iron to produce, which explains why these soldiers are seldom seen in great numbers. Slow, large shield, 2 armor, 8 hit points, 25 iron each. That's a pretty good thing to get. Tocked. Reliable, but less powerful. I don't have Call of the Void on you. I'll contact Elder Being. I have it now. We get a tree. Very good. I was hoping for that. That will help defend the castle. When I was playing as the Troll King, I had a spell which allowed me to summon shadow trees, which were pretty much like these astral trees, except they, well, they're just normal trees, except they slap things nearby. They don't have spells, but they're pretty tough. I could also summon groups of giant mushrooms to defend a settlement. Ah, frick. Quick, summon some more. No action points. We summoned some of these things and we couldn't control them. Well, they don't move. That's a plus. they weren't too bad. How big's that army? Eh. Something took over my iron mine. That druid still being a pain. It's moving units around. Well, the druid faction. I'm gonna have to take this. Their hut. Okay. Move up to here. We'll rejoin our armies together. Hey, this time you actually did it correctly. Damn it. Yes, all these roaming units is part of the fact that I'm playing in the Dark Ages, so there's a lot of danger around. Kind of want to get that army. I don't want them roaming around, so we'll get rid of them. What are you defending? Old Castle Ruin. There's a princeps here. After serving half their contracted time of 25 years, the legionnaires who have survived that long and not proven themselves completely useless will be promoted to princeps. Like the Hastati, they are armed with javelins and gladion, their signature short sword. In the ancient empire, they were issued long spears, but after an incident in which an inept acolyte of the Serpentist cult tried to disarm the enemy with a spell that turned long wooden objects into snakes, and the barbarians still had their long knives, the army renewed itself. Principes, armed with short swords rather than long spears, are also less likely to dismount a mounted senator who visits the army camp. Slay the princeps. I think I've heard of that game. Okay, head up there. No. I need to take over that market again. Oh, we have a moose. Oh, we had a moose. Oh well. Oh, bears. Hey, we killed them. Okay, okay, go over to there. And then I want you to meet up with them. Let's play Skate Tormented Writing. Oh, you're talking about Slay the Spire. I think I've heard good things about it. But I haven't really looked into it myself. Sure. Well, we got a plant barrel plant thing. With this army, let's go and deal with that hut. And get rid of the druid so they stop doing things. They've taken over all these settlements over here. It's really difficult to keep control of territory in this age. I mean, it's neat. I don't mind it. It's just tricky. I guess a more hybrid crossbowman over there. Good thing these are pretty sturdy troops. Haven't taken over like any of my good mines, have they? Mine. Gold iron stream. No, good. You continue moving up there. I mean, all the combat gives your guys experience. So, what, did he have like 7 hit points at the beginning? Now he's got 10. Experienced units gain 1 extra hit point per level, 1 extra morale at level 1 and 3, 1 extra strength at level 2, and 1 extra MR and another extra hit point at level 4. So they only get slightly stronger. I'll slay the princess. Sorry. I didn't know what it was talking about. Oh dear. I think they're both games, aren't they? A nice thing in this game is that you don't pay for upkeep on units. In Dominions 5 you do. I think they got rid of a forest down there. That's quite an army. Princeps, Sagittarius, Corum. Before the Empire had Elephantii, chariots drawn by heavily armored horses were the preferred means to smash through enemy lines. Some chariots were larger, but less heavily armored and used to ferry archers or javelin throwers into the thick of the fight. Dementius, the senator. It is recorded that when the last imperial benefactor of this college, Emperor Dentatus III, was assassinated by the commander of his Praetorian Guard, the old empire fell into a long civil war that eventually led to its dissolution. Local leaders set up their own small kingdoms and dukedoms, when other leaders carved out new titles and orders for themselves. The ancestor of the current senator was a strict adherent to using proper paperwork, because there was a lack of legal precedents to dissolve an empire. The senator was stuck with both his title and the way to properly run his province. With the senator representing the empire, our college could still receive such small funding from the senatorial state. However, lately the costs to the scribes they have to handle the paperwork to obtain the stipend have far exceeded the stipend itself, and some argue that we should stop applying for it. The rather strong chapter of scribes has so far refused any such suggestion. What the heck is all this? Though some of our records still mention the imperial capital, its exact locations have been lost. All explorers who have set out to locate the capital have expired due to hostile trolls, deer, and ghosts. Our records have only given vague references to the whereabouts of the capital, and according to a theory formulated by Crispina, some of the evidence suggests that it was accidentally teleported in an attempt to restore the Empire through complex magical means. Recent reports indicate that the current senator again has imperial ambitions, and should he find the capital, he might even choose to proclaim himself the new emperor. I mean, he's a dude in a robe, he's got a fist, deals 1 damage, 5 hit points, but he's the leader of the faction. He should not be out leading an army. Neat. I want you to go here. And I want you to pick up more of these hybrid archers and come back. I don't like the look of him. 63 units and 2 chariots. We've got 40 units. One of which is a formless spawn. It does have a lot of resistances. Ooh. Labinius the chieftain. Strongest among the warriors is the chieftain, and he wears proper armor to remind the others of this fact. Everyone near him will be sure to fight at their best, because they know the chieftain will beat them up otherwise. Does that apply to the animals? Well. Get out of here. We converted to chieftain. I wonder if his buff will apply to our units now. Okay, go here. What's this army? Oh, that's easy. We can get rid of that. Now we can beat up his own troops. It did say that he was doing that. That he'd do that. Getting that thing poisoned's not too much of a problem because it's got regeneration. Okay, go and attack that. What's this? Divitiacus, the Druid's apprentice. Okay. Oh, there's a Hydra. Hydras live in swamps and are well known for their regenerative properties. You can even cut off a head and it will grow back moments later. The Hydra is surrounded by a cloud of poison, most likely as a way to keep all the annoying swamp insects away. The Hydra's many heads indicate that it eats small creatures like birds and lizards, and thus needs to have many heads to satisfy its hunger in a reasonable time. 5 vulnerability, poison resistance 5, regeneration 5, pierce and blunt resistance, poison aura 2 with swamp move. And we got injured, chest wound, but he has regeneration, so eventually this will disappear. Or it should. Cool. Cartuatus, the druid, has been eliminated. The last citadel was conquered by Pregzt, the High Cultist. Nice. We've defeated one of the AI factions. We have their hut now, which I can recruit units at, but it doesn't really have much of a purpose. So it's not generating any income for me or anything. Okay, I think I'll leave it there for tonight for the game. I'll just save it, just a moment. Let me just make a save here. Okay, and I'll stop the recording. I'll thank you very much for joining. I hope you join me again next time. We'll continue with this Conquest of Elysium 5. It's a simple game because I've got it on pretty easy, but hey, I'm having fun learning and seeing the new units. Possibly in the future, when I get more used to the game, we'll bump the difficulty up and see how things go. But yeah, thank you very much for joining. I hope you join me again next time.